You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. A separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. And you call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand.
Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
You don't understand.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Thank you, Mike.
You're just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah. Because it's got just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did you include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
You know? So you're saying
to 180.
how does it show? Be quiet. Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have, you call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need, for fuck's sake? I'm sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Thank you, Mike.
You're just on your own.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be. Just as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. Thank you, Mike. So that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
The point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 will do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know. That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. Not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption. For fuck's sake.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he could prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that you couldn't prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it a triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? A huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
Thank you, Mike.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. Not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane. Right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's
You
sake.
don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate,
It's
would it?
not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because he's got
Yeah.
just about a triangle, yeah.
The question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That's postulate or axiom. Why did you include that at all? Thank you, Mike.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
But not on the globe. So
Eight
you're
is
saying,
changed to
for fuck's sake, how does it show? Sorry, how does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, don't tell me to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
Not on the
cross
globe.
on a piece of paper, are you?
Thank you, Mike.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion.
Yeah.
Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, don't tell me to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axiom. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no
Be quiet.
wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, you know.
No reason, no logic, no
quiet.
answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly. Not on the globe. Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume
Thank you.
the surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's
all
not
they
a
say
problem
is-
because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be? And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Friday, and as it says, this one's dedicated to the monkey and everyone that's not with us anymore. Weird times, like we say. We go over that. I mean, like that, we made that video quite a bit ago, and that was sort of like a follow-on when we went over the Veritasium video at the beginning of the week, and not too sure what everybody makes of it, because I mean the discussion's always been there about the same sort of thing. It's all about coming in and having a discussion about these concepts. Everybody knows that there's contradictions. It seems strange that people don't want the discussion. They want to make it into some sort of a competition of red versus blue or whatever. Whereas we're just dealing with reality and things people say, things people are forced into saying, and things that shouldn't really be said because they sound stupid. But that's the way it is. It's modern life. It's 2023. People have to deal with it. Some people walk away. It's too much. They don't know, don't really know how to have the discussion about these things because it's contradictory. At first, I can understand when people come round and have these conversations with us. It takes a bit of getting used to because it's almost sort of a switcheroo of the way you have been thinking. But I think I said it, used to say at the beginning that we have a discussion here, and the actual art is being able to start that conversation off. And how do you do that? How's your initial statement in order to draw people into a conversation? I always used to say, let me show you a magic trick. And then show them the contradiction. And then wait for them to say, where's the magic trick? And you say, oh, that's already been done. Like, I'm just showing you the contradiction that exposes the magic trick that's already been played. I didn't play a magic trick. Just showed you a contradiction that you hold. But that gets very tricky with a lot of people. That I don't know why. But hey, that's what we're here for. Free for all Friday. Yeah, Eric says, the Veritasium video introduces you to the contradictions and does its best to smooth them over, making it seem like they're not there at all. Because this secret to this is that most of the stuff is nonsense. But it's a nonsense that's been given to you through shadow giants. So you've got these shadows of nonsense already. So when you hear this sense, or you try to sort these things out in your own head, that undoing makes it seem like double nonsense. It's hard work to comprehend it and reorder yourself. Good day, Rob. Say some of these conversations are a little bit tough for anyone, and people always have a go at us for not having many people watching. Well, I think that's because of some of the topics that what we do. I don't think many people get it.
We're about quality, not quantity.
It's just a tough subject for you to wrap your mind around. It takes quite a
100%.
while, and most people, I don't know. I mean, the impression that everybody's been given about us is an impression that's been given to them from these like red team and blue team, and we're neither. But that doesn't make us purple team either. It just makes you different than that two-team system. And that's where everything has been. It's an act between red team and blue team. And it's going to be shown tonight. If anybody in quarter of an hour, flat side is going to be debating like the flat earth. So if you wanted to know, how big a sham this whole thing is, you can see a guy that says he's got scientific proof of flat earth, that ran from it every time I asked him, he's going to go and have a conversation with a guy that literally calls him a child abuser. He's got kids. Flatoid's playing the same game, debating about this thing that both of them have got complete opposition to each other. Not one of them have got a proof of what they're talking about. It's hilarious. But that's the arena that you find yourself in. The moment you want to try and start having a conversation and gaining some clarity about what it is you're thinking, there's a load of people come rushing in wanting you to join red team or blue team, turning it into a conversation about what it isn't. The Veritasium video showed you at the beginning of the week, right? It shows you that these guys have obviously realised that there's a little bit of trouble. They have to right a few wrongs, but it's like a medicine. It's just covering over the problem. And the problems are just about conversation. How can you have the conversation about it? What I've noticed is there's nobody wants to actually talk about it, because it does show that when we've been going over all of this sort of stuff, the first principles, advanced simplicity, trying to break it all down to the essence of what we're doing. That's what they've stopped talking about. They don't want anybody talking about that. They want Veritasium doing it. But millions of people have watched that one of Veritasium's. What did they gain from it? I don't know. I don't know what anybody could gain from the Veritasium video. There's a lot more conversation and thought that needs to be put into these things.
Yeah, they missed out on that one big part where they claimed they measured the Earth's radius without actually telling how they did it.
Well, he said about 3 points on the top of mountains, didn't he?
Yeah, the 3 angles.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow weren't a triangle.
No, it didn't say it wasn't a triangle. It just said there was...
Yeah, no, he left it. Yeah, they left
it
it
open
to you to make that. Yeah. Interesting.
And like we say, we've been trying to have this conversation about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, horizontal being a straight line, plane, and there being tools in reality that do establish horizontal planes. There are facts in reality that are provable. And this is the problem, that these facts in reality, they disprove a flat earth, which is a right kicker, isn't it? Because they disprove a flat earth, but don't prove the globe. Imagine that. What do you do about that when situations like that occur? You can't have it if in a false dichotomy. That isn't the way it works, and that's why I think we're here, and everybody else is doing whatever they're doing. We've got videos going back ages. There's loads of people that have been around here, and it's once you realise that the conversation is whatever you were looking for ends the moment you find a proof for yourself. But that's when the real conversation begins. That's where, I don't know. Once you realise it's not flat, and you realise there is actually proof that it's not flat, then everything else comes easy. If anybody does want to come in, it is free for all Friday. Maybe some old faces, some people want to come back for a bit. Obviously not the ones that are banned. We're not going to have that. But yeah, if anybody does want to come in, have a chat, have a conversation.
And if you're banned, there's probably a dang good reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we've banned both of Brenda's accounts. So don't even attempt to... this isn't like Nathan Oakley's where he allows you back at next time. No, this is if you get banned from here, then you've done something wrong and we don't want to see you back again. Okay, so let's go do some news. I've been playing Ark for the last 2 days. It's been a bit good. So Ark Ascended is now live. It is a early release game, so if you want to join on, we do have it on the level Ark server. Just come on into the Discord and you can join that. I'm actually testing my PC tonight, so I'm running the game and Discord, and I'm streaming the game to Discord just to test my PC. Can anybody give us the idea of how Nathan Oakley's doing? I haven't actually seen. I have noticed that he's been playing premieres all week, so it looks like the fundraiser that we had to get the hard drives replaced. I'm not too sure. Was that a success, or has he spent the week doing it?
I am not sure. I haven't watched any of his uploads because I only really try and watch it when it's new.
The
'Cause
live.
I've seen it all before.
There's been no
Yeah,
live stuff. It's just all after show, is it? Has he
Yeah,
shown the one where he had to go at us? Yeah. Or is he keeping that one as
Oh,
a members only?
I wouldn't know. I'm no longer a member. I haven't been a member for a couple weeks now, I think.
Well, just
Sorry.
when he needs you.
No new info.
He needs you, Rob. Oh, Big Blue. What's this? What's Blue got? You want to come in, Blue? Did you have a word with Chaiki, Blue? Can you please ask Chaiki if he would like us to review the horizontal and vertical perpendicular one? Speaking about people that aren't with us or around. If you could, Blue, please do. And we'll review that for him if he wants us to. What's Blue say? Just measure the divergence between two zeniths and you can find their intersection. Blue, that's Euclidean. That's the fifth postulate, Blue. Like, we have been saying about this, right? Veritasium went over it, and the one thing that you can't have is the fifth, what you call the fifth postulate. We call it the triangle axiom. And what you've just explained is exactly the triangle axiom. You would form the triangle, Blue. I mean, how unaware can you be? I keep saying, we said to Wally, like, the whole thing of the zenith, it is the triangle axiom, Blue. How can you be so unaware? And I'll leave that out there for everybody else, right? We've been going over this sort of stuff. Perpendicular, horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. There are proofs of that. Blue Marble likes to say, well, no, not really. They aren't perpendicular. And look, hey, I can make a triangle. And then you say, well, isn't that triangle the Euclidean triangle axiom, axiom 12, or what you choose to call the fifth postulate? And now, how can you have a Euclidean principle that proves your model if your model then wants to get rid of Euclidean geometry? I mean, what would be the use? Why do you need spherical geometry if you can already use Euclidean geometry to prove it? Blue, Come on, get real. It's crazy. 365, another £5. Is he still going? Give Send Go still going? Whew. It's all right asking. I mean, Blue's literally shot himself in the foot, but he doesn't realise it. They've been doing it for years. We said to Wally, when Wally first decided to do this, it's a stolen concept fallacy, a self-refuting claim. You cannot disprove Euclidean geometry by using Euclidean geometry. You're a muppet, Blue. But hey, don't worry about it. I guess that's just the contradictory nature. That in order for your model to be proved, you have to falsify horizontal and vertical being perpendicular, and then pretend you're using the triangle axiom to prove your model. Very naive, Blue, but I'd expect nothing less. Blue marble scientists been allowed to justify things in different ways. You just reorder your brain in a different way. But that's what you should be doing, Blue. You should be thinking of it differently. Your model wants to get rid of Euclidean geometry. What a completely reasonable statement that should definitely be taken seriously. Well, there you go, Gem. Like Veritasium said about the three guys on the mountains making a triangle. Remember that, Gem? Welcome back as well. How risky do you feel now with your channel? Gem's had a couple of YouTube channels taken down. The Discord.
Yeah, I got a message from Discord about that debate flat Earth and more server.
Yeah. Have you joined the new one?
Information. No, come on now. Give your head a
Did
shake.
say, you know, like you stand a chance of losing your account if you keep joining these servers that keep getting shut down for misinformation. It's terrible, isn't it? So Gem Panda, the guy that owns the server that got shut down for misinformation, has decided to come into the YouTube channel, the YouTube chat here, and tell us about things. But Gem Panda's the one that had the Discord channel that's been shut down. I think he had a YouTube channel as well, the same. Or has that been deleted? Gem, or is the live streaming not on? They keep swapping between different channels and different accounts. A bit like Blue. It's handy to have those other accounts, isn't it? If anybody does want to come and have a chat about different geometries other than Euclidean geometry. Veritasium did say that when you have spherical geometry, I think he called it, you have a line becomes a circle, a plane becomes a sphere, and a point becomes 2 points, antipodal to each other. And whereas in Euclid, two straight lines cannot enclose a space, in this spherical geometry, we have two straight lines enclose 4 spaces. It's fantastic. But that's spherical geometry as opposed to the Euclidean geometry, which Blue Marble wants to use in order to prove his model. But his model has lines being circles. So he can't really use the straight lines to get the triangle that he pretends he wants to use. We call this the self-refuting claim. And anytime you hear anybody say reciprocal zenith angles, you should remember that Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott and a guy called Jeff, who probably isn't from Maine, are the three guys that perpetrated the biggest lie within this arena ever. And Blue Marble's still wanting to push it. I don't know for what reason. It's typing big comments as well. Yeah, but you can't have parallel lines, Blue, so you can't pretend that you are using the axiom that you pretend that you can't use, that you just get rid of. You can't use one axiom and then say that axiom doesn't exist on my model. We change it. We use it to prove it, but then we change it. It's totally contradictory. So if you would like to come in and have a discussion about this, Blue, anytime. Whoever you'd like to come in and help you. I don't think Jesse's going to be coming back around. These are the people that used to be around and are no longer around. There's various different reasons that some are here and some aren't. Some are sadder than others and some are just, I guess, convenient. But we've been dealing with this for quite a long time. It's all about proof. Proof and contradictions. If you can prove the contradiction, then you're proving something false, because contradictions don't exist in reality. Well, in my reality, contradictions don't exist because I have a Euclidean understanding of reality. It's not just geometric, it's logic. It derives everything. You can't get away from it. It just seems that as we've been saying, the advanced simplicity helps you use geometry in a fundamental way to help you understand the basic concepts of logic and how proofs are formed. As Blue decides to call it, the reciprocal zenith angle thing is really just the triangle axiom from Euclidean geometry, or the foundations of geometry that teaches us about straight lines.
The parallels in Euclid, is that a postulate or an axiom?
Well, the parallels is a definition. Parallel lines, to tell you what parallel lines are. But what Blue's using in order to show his reciprocal zenith angles is the triangle axiom, right? He has one straight line, horizontal, and then two verticals that aren't perpendicular to the horizontal. And because of that, they meet at the middle. That's what Blue's talking about. That triangle, the meeting of those three lines, like Jesse Kozlowski did when he went over the bridge and he got proved the radius. Remember that? When Soundly said that Jesse's proved the radius, well, that's what he did. He did the triangle axiom.
So that definition was changed sometime in this process in order to make them not parallel.
No, they don't mention the definition of parallels. They just don't like the. This is the thing, right? They like to say there's 5 postulates. Well, there's more like 12 axioms and 3 postulates. So there's 15. So for them to say there's only 5, there's a lot of other things that have disappeared, right? But what they've done is they've turned the 3 postulates into 5 postulates, and they've taken 2 axioms out of the 12 and put them in with the postulates. Now, if you say something's an axiom, it's self-evident, so you can't undo it. But if you call it a postulate, then, I mean, what's a postulate? Who knows what a postulate is? What does it mean?
It is what you are going to do.
Mm-hmm.
This is postulate, or that is possible to do something.
Yeah.
So we are postulating that you will be doing such and such thing.
Yeah, I said it was like it's let it be granted that at the beginning of the postulates in my book, in the Todd Hunter book. So it's saying we're going to allow you, right? Because if you start off with a line is length without breadth, how can you represent that? You can't.
You cannot.
So the postulate is you can do this, right? We're going to say that you can show this straight line between 2 points, right? And we're going to say that you can, or you're allowed to, within the geometry, extend that. Even though it's just length without breadth, we're going to say that in order for you to depict it within demonstration, this is what you're allowed to do. And you're allowed to draw a circle at any distance from the center, right? So it's just telling you you're allowed to do it in order for you to form these demonstrations. Because really, it's logic. It's something that happens in the mind. The proof is through demonstration. It swaps this information into a different part of your brain where you realize something is certain.
Yeah, so it means, because drawings in geometry are just images of your thought. This is what it is. And of course, this is only graphical representation of your thought, or let's say Euclid's thought. So as a representation, it is not ideal, because ideal straight line has no breadth. But in order to draw it really on piece of paper, this line would have some breadth, because otherwise it would be invisible.
Mm-hmm.
So he says that this representation of straight line, which is not ideal straight line, let's call it still straight line, because we cannot we don't have any other means to make an image of that. That's it. Because this is how we can express our thought on piece of paper. We cannot use ideal things, just representations. That's why he grant us that this representation of straight line, we will consider straight line. And by the way, I think it is possible to think that it is ideal straight line, because within drawn straight line, which has breadth in the picture, there is ideal straight line inside of it. So, but of course, this is ideal straight line plus something else to make it visual. That's it, for me at least.
Thank you for that paper. That was a thought in my mind. I've been thinking about that, thinking that when you commit it to 3D on a piece of paper, there is in fact breadth, and the same's a point. You know, it's when it's represented on paper, it does have some 3D property. So it's been playing with my mind, that. So to have been given permission, in a sense, to use it and still use it out of 2D concept is it was a question in my mind, so it's good to hear that and understand that that's okay.
Yes, this
That's
is
what
just
the postulates are for.
Yeah.
The very purpose of them. Because I mean, like, imagine how good they were at arguing when they were true sophists. Because they just say that's not a line, and it says a line's length without breadth.
so it would be invisible.
Yeah.
So if it is visible,
Then
it
Then
is
it's
not a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah.
But how does that help
Yeah,
you in, like in this thing, in this way?
Yeah, I kind of thought, is this an argument against this whole situation? When you were talking with Flatsoid and he was saying, well, a piece of paper is flat. You say, well, it's got thickness. It's,
Well, that's flat.
it's a bit like that.
Right? Otherwise, it would be
Yeah,
called a plane. It's the difference
Yeah,
between
yeah.
flat and plane. And which they don't want to know about, right? That flat's something that actually exists in reality. And if it does exist in reality and it's called flat and not a plane, then how can it be mountains as well?
Yeah.
So yeah,
No, because
Yeah, so
flat is
yeah, sorry.
surface, because
Yeah.
it is depiction of the surface. And plane, of course, we can say in geometry that plane, for example, the cube is compound of 6 surfaces, and they are planes or planar surfaces. But this is in geometry. But if we are talking about object like Earth, we are talking about real surface. That's why it is ridiculous to say that Earth is a plane. So flat earthers say that it is flat. Okay, it is misnomer. But if they are using word like flat plane, this is for me just ridiculous, because they are saying that plane is real as Earth, because it is flat. Flat plane, flat Earth. I think it is not going well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in the sense of, like, the things you're allowed to do within geometry, they didn't really say, well, you're allowed to consider a plane flat or anything like that. They just, you can draw a line straight, and you can extend that line, and you can draw a circle. Like, with those 3 things, it tells you as much as you need to know that you require a plane. But the rest comes through definitions.
I was going to say, every time I hear...
Go on, sorry.
You hear me? I was just going to say, every time I hear them say flat plane, I want to say round circle.
Yeah, the same thing, yeah.
It's being put into common language, though, isn't it? Everybody that says it is part of the Flat Earth Society, because it's just not needed to be said.
Yeah, that's what brought me to this question about the parallels. That is it like the 5th postulate that is in contention because somehow it's inconvenient?
Absolutely.
Is that? And I wondered at what point that became inconvenient, and this other non-Euclidean geometry came into being. That point. I was thinking, when was that point? What pushed that to be proposed?
Do you not think Blue Marble's telling you? You can't get reciprocal zenith angles without...
No, exactly. Without that.
Well, no, it's like the reciprocal zenith angles are exposed within that one triangle axiom. Call it the 5th postulate. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. But they're both explained within that one thing. 2 models.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't have it with the parallels, but you have to have it bendy to get the diverging
Mm-hmm.
verticals. Yes.
Yeah, so you
And so that
use
has been
one
playing with my
geometry
mind.
to prove your model, but your model gets rid of that very thing that you use to prove your model in its own geometry. It's the same geometry, but we're just going to say straight lines are convenient for proving the model, but when you want to do geometry on the model, you have to get rid of or you have to conceptualize straight lines as circles, but not in
Yeah.
the way that Blue Marble wants to be able to prove his model, like Jesse Kozlowski taught him.
The Great Deception.
Yeah. The great
Yeah. So
paralogism, we call it.
Okay.
And that's the one that's been
Yes.
taught to us all, isn't it? From childhood.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking at the moment, is that period of time at the moment that's kind of intrigues me. What
Yeah.
what
About
happened? What happened
1880
in?
something.
Okay.
There was a
What happened in
setup.
society?
Yeah, big time. 1880, boom.
And then I found a link between empiricism and rationalism. Was it in that kind of period, that change in that philosophical idea?
Yeah.
Because that kind of seems to relate to that period too, Bacon and that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
So I don't know. You know probably more. This is my investigation at the moment. What happened there? What was the need for that to be changed? Why was that needed to be changed in the minds of men?
We had a study on Bacon, didn't we?
Was that
Yeah,
in
we
your
yeah,
philosophy course?
yeah. Well,
Okay.
we did go over Bacon, because when you go through that course, I mean, I don't know how people had sought it, in the minds, but to me, at that point, and I think not only me, it was quite evident to us that when Bacon came in, that absolutely flipped it. Whatever he did and the new organon, it was entirely deception or wanting to undo something. And what they're wanting to undo is logic, logos. Because you can't end up at this other place with logic there.
So a conscious move to remove the idea of logic and the possibility for people to use logic in arguments, to remove that from their kind of knowledge base, if you like. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. When you realise that whatever Blue's trying to come here with, right, is he has his reciprocal zenith angles, and he's been saying it for years. Jesse Kozlowski tried to fool everyone. That has to prove his model for him. He's built his entire model on that. He's made so many jokes about it, right? He just doesn't realise that it's the horizontal. He sees it slightly differently than it being one straight line being intersected by two other straight lines. Blue sees it slightly differently. He sees it as 4 lines, which is ridiculous, but that's where Blue is. Either way, you can't have horizontal and vertical being perpendicular. Except they do want it, and then they want to use it to prove that there are no parallel lines, which is fantastic. Or that the perpendicular relationship doesn't then go on like it does in Euclidean geometry to prove parallels, right? I think it's because they don't want horizontals to be parallel. Maybe not just
Obviously.
horizontals. Otherwise lines. If anybody does want to come in and join in the conversation, maybe you've learned something. Maybe you've come to a realization that there's a little bit more going on here than actually what at first seems. Well, I don't know. Does it seem simple, ridiculous? It's like a puzzle at first, I think, and you're pretty unclear of what's going on. And then most people step back because they say, "Oh, I'm not really that good at mathematics and geometry. It wasn't really my subject. Never really understood it when I was at school or whatever." And I'm not too sure, but I'd say that once you get into it, you find out that it's not like school mathematics or geometry. This is there's a lot more logic involved in the simplicity. Call it metaphysics. Pretty deep. Pretty deep. What are you two doing in the chat? Have some fucking respect, will you? Please.
Rumpus doesn't understand that he can draw a circumference on the sphere, but not circle. Sorry.
With the plane of cut would be the circle. Just knows that. Distractions. Analytical geometry. Come on, Rumpus. You reckon nonsense is the way to explain simplicity? I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say it's the best method anyway. There's geometry that everybody knows, and then there's imagining a different geometry than that. I had a conversation with somebody earlier in the week who thought that a sphere was non-Euclidean. Literally thought that the sphere didn't belong to Euclidean geometry, which is fantastic. But I mean, I guess that's where you get to if you imagine that this other geometry involves a sphere. But it's not a true geometry, which most people don't get told. And it's full of contradictions. A straight line becomes a circle, a plane becomes a sphere, and point becomes 2 points antipodal to each other on the plane that you call a sphere. Now, most people can't put that there. Rumpus, have some fucking respect. Fuck's sake. We don't need people like that round here. You as well, sleeping warrior. People who aren't around. And then there's people who disappear and keep coming back. Like a bad smell.
So with with Euclid, you can create a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not far enough along to understand that to then go into a ball, you know, a spherical ball.
Well, a ball is Euclidean, right? When these guys wanted to develop mathematics, right? Obviously, Euclid made the sphere, right? Now, the sphere is part of the Euclidean framework. So a line is one-dimensional, and a sphere is that. It's really just a series of points on the end of a radius, and a point is that of which has no parts. So that's what a sphere is. But when you think of a ball, you're thinking of the Euclidean three-dimensional solid form of it. So the ball is Euclidean. The sphere, as these guys like to think, is that the one-dimensional framework. But it's not one-dimensional. It's zero dimension. It's just a collection of points of one end of a radius that is fixed at another point, which is a nothing. So it's in the mathematical concept, when they say sphere, they think of that Euclidean sphere, but in the, you know, mathematical sense. When you say ball, you say physical, solid, Euclidean, right? You can't mistake the ball for being Euclidean. Whereas this framework of a sphere that mathematicians like to use, that one doesn't actually exist. It's just that thing. And because if you take away the postulates, like you can draw this line of a circle at any distance, if you take that away from the Euclidean concept, then all you're left with is the thing that you have in your mind through the definitions of the sphere. Truly conceptual, which is where these guys like to put you. The problem is they like to say that they're drawing lines on balls, which puts them straight back into the Euclidean framework. But they want you to imagine this other framework of this different geometry whilst talking entirely about the Euclidean ball.
Okay, I was trying to understand this contradiction where it can be explained in Euclid but denied by Rumpus.
Yeah.
You know, that's that contradiction, because this is what they talk about, they deny, they play on, and it's to understand that contradiction of, well, where is that being misrepresented, or the deception lies in the thinking to have people think this other thing.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like I think the thumbnail for the thing today was a thumbnail made by DP a long time ago, even before the Buster You Don't Understand. These were cards that we did, that we were playing like a card game, where if you could listen to a conversation and you could then play cards whenever anybody said something. Well, this was the one, the you don't understand fallacy, which is Rumpus's thing, right? But it stated that if you can play the card on somebody, then they should be able to explain why the you don't understand was said, right? They should be able to explain what was wrong about the thing, but they never do. They never come across with this other thing, because there's only Euclidean explanations. There's only the Euclidean geometry that you can use to explain anything. So that's why you never get an explanation, a true explanation, from anybody that's doing any of this stuff. I mean, if you listen to Fight the Flat Earth or Flatzoid or whatever, they'll only ever be able to use Euclidean, because nobody listening will be able to comprehend anything other than that. And the fact that the spherical plane is actually a sphere means it has no radius or diameter. You're just imagining the surface of the plane is a sphere, which causes problems because a two-dimensional plane being a sphere you should be able to see the contradictions in that.
Mm.
Blue's in the chat as well, right? Here's the thing. You hear a lot of talk about Cavendish, or even the seismometer, blue marble. Do you know what that was doing, that piece of equipment? What was the purpose? Blue will tell you it was to get gravity, but it wasn't.
Wasn't he trying to weigh the Earth? Cavendish.
He was trying to work out the density, right?
Yeah, to weigh it, or the density.
Trying to work out the density,
yes.
But I mean,
yeah,
density would be mass over volume, right?
Yeah.
And were his balls of anything that would be able to calculate a size? Were they a size measurement thing? No. Blue should be able to come in. Definitely nothing to do with size. So therefore, the volume part of the density must have been already known, right? Because Cavendish didn't do that. So the only other part of it is the mass, which is presumably what the balls were doing, weighing.
Can I make a small interruption, please?
Yeah, go on.
I got a bone to pick with Erdebear.
Mm-hmm.
Why you steal my avatar?
Which one? This level?
Yeah, you got a wonky
Yeah,
level.
that's my bubble level. That's my bubble.
Oh, really? I'll remove it. I'll pay you. I'll pay you a license fee.
They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I must say thank you.
That's fine. I came across it. It seemed apt.
Keep it.
I have another one.
Thank you, Rob.
No, it's fantastic.
That's cool, man.
Is Blue going to come in and have a conversation about any of this sort of stuff? What about Rumpus? Rumpus says he can't post videos. He won't let. We won't let Rumpus screen share live video. But he can post pictures in the chat, as you can see. Lots of people can post all sorts of pictures, particularly geometric stuff. We're quite into that sort of stuff. If Blue Marble would like to tell everybody how he uses a triangle axiom of triangles necessarily having 180 degrees in order to prove a model that triangles don't have 180 degrees, then come on in, Blue. I'm sure everybody here would love to hear that sort of stuff. I've heard you teaming up with Betty, the logician, who, well, he was talking about the triangle axiom at the beginning of the show, wasn't he? Betty, the terrible logician. They're not even good sophists. It's bad. It's bad news. But yeah, if anybody does want to come and go over the Veritasium video and how straight lines turn into circles and what that looks like. Because to anybody understanding Euclidean geometry, it'd be a circle. Like you can tell the difference between straight lines and circles. They're both Euclidean. The problem with the not Euclidean is that the straight line disappears. You can't even have it as a tangent like Euclidean geometry does. It has both the circle and the straight line. Whereas these concepts that Blue Marble and all that don't seem to understand is the circle. It doesn't have a plane. It has a spherical dome to it, where the geometric laws of pi don't exist. So that's another inconvenience that I'm pretty sure we went over with Brenda on the pi thing. Blue Marble did have his spherical pi, yes. And everybody should recognise at that point, they don't have straight lines. Which is awkward for horizontal and vertical because they are straight lines. In reality, we use them. Imagine somebody telling you that. And you imagining you've got spherical geometry where straight lines are circles. So what happens to straight lines when straight lines are circles? Who can answer that? It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? So, yeah, don't blame anybody for not answering it. Blue doesn't seem to understand, does he? The plane is the sphere, Blue.
They say so. Yeah.
The plane is the sphere. It sounds ridiculous, and I don't blame you for thinking that sounds like nonsense. But if you like Blue Marble, science and rumpus, and anybody that's a hardcore dogmatic globe believer, then you have to do that. And like we've said with Brenda, there's diletheism. You have to believe both things are true, because there's obvious proofs of Euclidean, but the other one is what you need for your globe model, your dogmatic globe model. So they both have to be true in reality, and that's where your mind comes into trouble. The science of the parallels will do you in. Diletheism. They literally made a logic for this very reason, when you have to have two truths. Rather than saying, well, that's a contradiction, so one of them has to fail. Modern society said, there, it's okay, you can have both. Everybody wins. But that has consequences. Diletheism can only sit in the mind for so long before logic starts to put these pieces together. It's a neat trick when performed on children. But then when they become adults, it's not so much a trick anymore, as people's minds are at stake. You can come into Discord, Blue. What's the thing about YouTube? Some weird thing. You've got another account, you're chatting in there, Blue. Is Jonah getting you for clicks and likes? Is that what's happening? Yeah, somebody must have banned it. One of my mods, for some reason, must have banned Blue Marble Science. Now, we've been through the mods quite a bit, and as you can see, they're all trusted. So you must have done something wrong, Blue. And for that, I thank my mods. My mods are very good. They've kept us out of the Flat Earth tag. Thank you very much, mods. And yeah, so
Yeah.
you've got loads of other accounts, Blue. It doesn't really matter.
That's probably why I'm not a mod, because I never did any modding.
We had a thing, shout out
Sorry,
to come
sorry,
into the
Bev.
thing, and yeah, you didn't
Well, you
click the
can't be
button.
fucking mod. Oh, sorry, Bev. I was gonna say you can't be doing any modding if you're always doing breaks. And fuck you.
I love you, Turn Up.
I love you too, Rob. Miss you, man. Fuck.
Well, thank you for watching still. 27 people, thank you very much. It's obvious, right, that the audience that we have isn't the audience that likes to watch these so-called debates, because they're not really debates. Never have been. They never come to a conclusion about anything. What we were having a discussion on this the other day. Now, I think the best way to teach people is to not sort of chop the top of their head off and just pour in information, as in the school system. I always thought, if you can come to your own conclusions, because this is with me personal, if you could come to your own conclusions, then you got a grip that you're understanding it more. And I always thought the best teachers were the ones that helped you on a journey of realization. And because of that, there's a few steps that you do, and because you've done a little bit of work, it seems to stick in the memory more, for me anyway, than people just telling you things. Because, I mean, really, what do you gain if people just, project shadows on the wall and tell you to watch the shadows? You don't really get much from it.
I beg to differ. You get a pretty good goddamn show.
Can you not? Blue Marble can't use his PC account on Discord. Oh, that's terrible, that, Blue. All because we banned you from our YouTube chat. Shocking. I know, I saw you over there in the MMM server the other day. What were we talking about? Can you guys remember that? What did Blue Marble say? About... He said something ridiculous, didn't he?
Yes, but he was on that server.
Oh,
I heard his voice.
yeah. It was Bob's shorter than a straight... No. The Great Circle being the shortest distance between any 2 points. That's fantastic. And we also agreed, that was it. We agreed that the horizon was actually the curve of the Earth. So if anybody ever wants to know where the curve of the Earth is, Blue Marble says the horizon. That's where you should look. I mean, it looks horizontal. But if you want to know any more about it, Blue Marble Science, reciprocal zenith angles. If you put one perpendicular to the horizontal horizon on the right-hand side, and then another one on the left-hand side, then Blue Marble will tell you how to... Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott prove the globe, radius of the Earth. Two perpendiculars to a horizontal. But, I mean, blue marble will do the rest of the horizontal type thing. I might get round to cutting that out because it was all right. It was a good conversation. If anybody's ever had that conversation. Reciprocal zenith angles on the horizon will prove a dogmatic globe, obviously. Does anybody want to try that? 2 points. Find any horizon. Put a point on the left, a point on the right. Get a vertical. Obviously perpendicular. Plumb to that. Over there and plumb like that over there. Bish bash bosh. There's your curve of the Earth. Proved as easy as that. Jesse Kozlowski did it driving over a bridge in his car. And if Jesse Kozlowski can do it driving over the bridge in the car, then like why are they still conversating about it? I mean, what's it? Fight the flat Earth. It's almost as if Fight the Flat Earth and Flatsoid have never heard of Jesse Kozlowski driving over the bridge in a car and Blue Marble's reciprocal zenith angles. In fact, I think we've got one. The leading proponent of the reciprocal zenith angles. Here we go. Look at that. That's how how it works. That's the motion. 'Tis globe. More than 90. Isn't that right, Blue? He won't come in. He won't even be able to send Rumpus in. Rumpus is scared. It's bad news, right? When they've got nothing and they can't even find the way to have a communication about it. Imagine letting Veritasium speak for you. I bet they're gutted. Blue's been trying to do those sort of videos for ages, hasn't he? Blue doesn't talk to anybody about anything. They need people to talk about. Unfortunately, like we said to Betty, don't take these arguments over there and pretend they're flat earth arguments, because they're not. The arguments that we come up with are just from reality. Nowhere else. So Blue Marble science shouldn't really pretend or even contemplate them being flat earth arguments, because they're not. Flat earthers, obviously we can prove that the earth isn't flat. Oh. Yeah. Ed Mike points out there, yeah, it's not really Blue's fault or Rumpus's fault. Even ChatGPT can't come up with a framework to understand curves without the straight. So integral is straight to any form of geometry that you can't really get rid of it. You can't really pretend it's a circle. Oh, that's a good one, that, Saragaki. Trust me, I'm a Blue Marble scientist. Did that be all right, that, Blue? I think we've copyrighted the bunny ears for the blue marble scientist, I think. That's brilliant. That is, it would be a good t-shirt. Do you do t-shirts, Blue? Have you got a blue marble science range? So I could do it. I could do a blue marble science range of on the level t-shirts. Tis Globe. Do the Tis Globe range. Tis Globe, blue marble science approved. Oh yeah, did he put the copyright trademark on it, didn't he? No, he didn't. He went one out. He copyrighted the blue marble. It wasn't just a trademark. It was a copyright. So if anybody does want to come in, if anybody wants to come in and join in on the Arc Ascended server, PvE, you can come on in. You get to meet people like world famous Buster, Kevin on there. It's quite a few of us. Not Turn Up though. He doesn't want to come and game with us. But it will be open to the console players soon, I heard. November time, maybe a month. Knowing the way they do it. Yeah, leave it to the end of the month.
Yeah, I don't have a computer like that. Actually, I don't even have a computer. Gave it to my sister.
Well, there is a thing that the guys are doing, is you use GeForce Now, and that's like a partner service. So you use the GeForce server, and you can get all the upgraded graphics and all of that. It's a pretty good way around it, rather than spending thousands of pounds on a computer. I don't think you can live stream for it, so don't think it's an option for Nathan Oakley. Did we have anybody in that's been up to date with the Phoebe and the PC, whether you know how that's going, how the fundraising going? Nathan was thanking us for helping him raise that thing. He did actually get the entire thing that he was after.
Yeah, that's all I seen.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happened or whether he's still around or not. The PC, or whether it's coming back or it needs a new one. Yeah, the moral of the story probably is ventilate the area where your PC is, even if it's passively warming up, getting hotter. Don't know. I need to go to the toilet. Is somebody going to have a chat? Is somebody going to open the mic, have a talk, or am I putting a Buster song on or something?
I'd appreciate a Buster song.
Okay. New one. True Level 23. This is the one song I think that's never really took off as it should. And like Rob said, this is the level. This is all of us. This is what we have. This is where proof lies. This is the truth. So I'll be back in a bit.
You think a bubble of air.
Buster, are you there? Have you got your guitar?
Yeah, I've got it right here. I've just been working on something new. It's a song about looking for the truth. Play it for you guys.
What are you doing? I want your shelf level or not? And if I say yes, you're going to provide that for me with that? Yes? See the bubble? I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You want to experience true level? Do you?
That's my midpoint, 981. But look what I did here. And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
Using this bridge, computing the radius of the Earth, 3 coplanar points in 3D would describe a circle.
You want to experience true level? Do you? True level, bitch. I'll keep looking for clues.
That's the thing, your vision is already being obfuscated by the spherical cap. One of the humps.
True level, bitch.
Radius of the Earth.
Live to the cosmic slaughter! Well, you seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
And bam, there's the radius of the Earth.
Yeah. True level, bitch.
Now we have our
has been directly measured.
Do you?
By Jesse Kozlowski.
You know, I got the idea from Belu. I'm not kidding.
Yeah. True level, bitch. I'll keep looking for clues. Yeah. True level, bitch. Yeah. True level, bitch. Oh my God. Oh Christ. Yeah. True level, bitch. True level, bitch.
And we're back. Such a good song. Such a good song. I could listen to that, and I have thousands of times. I'll probably do it again when I get better at video making. Do another one. Blue's still imagining that we want him to come in here. Blue, you can't come in here, so make as many excuses as you want. There's just going to be a long string of them. We know you cannot explain a thing. You've got nothing. There's no proof. There's nothing that you have. Right? We are the ones that have a proof that the Earth is not flat. You don't even have that, Blue. And you don't have that because you have the same surface. You imagine it differently. You still can't acknowledge the elevation changes, and that's your problem. You imagine the plane differently. That's the only difference, Blue. Other than that, you and the flat earthers are exactly the same. There's no difference. There you go. Said it. It's just that you want to use one axiom to disprove it itself. You use the axiom to disprove the axiom, which may sound ridiculous, but hey, welcome to reciprocal zenith angles. The axiom that disproves itself for the sake of a dogmatic model. Well, that's good, isn't it? Clip that. That was pretty good. That. Come in and talk to us about it if you want, Blue. I mean, if anybody wants to come in and explain what the Blue's talking about, and it probably matches up with Bob the Science Guy and his idea that a straight line is a great circle. How do you think you prove that? Because it sounds ridiculous, and that might be because once you start messing about with this, call it the science of parallels, but I suppose you could call it the science of parallels, right? In this way, that it does show that there is a proof for the perpendicularity providing 4 right angles, which means that a triangle will never be formed because the internal angles on both sides of that line add up to 2 right angles, which shows that the triangle will never be formed on either side of the line. Blue Marble chooses that to be the one to disprove. Fantastic. And I think we've always said this. We've got a test. Now, this test, we call it Realising Euclid because you are forced into studying the Euclidean principles. And in order to go with the test, you have to either prove to yourself the principles of Euclidean geometry or disprove Euclidean geometry in the fundamental aspects of mathematics for your model. It's an either or situation. And most of the time, people are going to be there. Well, they don't want to be there because it's too simple. And I don't think people trust themselves enough. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. But a lot of these things are pretty difficult to talk about, it seems, for anyone, and especially doing it live. But if Blue does ever want to brave himself up, his Blue Marble Science account on Discord isn't banned at all. So what you can do, Blue, if you want to, you can come in on your PC into Discord and keep your phone there and still type in the chat. Doesn't have to be with your Discord account. Your Discord account is completely separate to your YouTube account. And the YouTube account that you're posting on in there is a different YouTube account. Your Discord account completely separate to your YouTube account. For anybody that's looking in the YouTube chat thinking that there's some sort of a link between Blue Marble Science and his banned account in YouTube and anything to do with his YouTube, his Discord account of the same name in Discord. They're not linked together. So if you do want to join, just click the link on Discord. Come in. We do a lot of stuff. We got gaming, chat, conversation, and there's all sorts of different people around here. Come on in. Your voice might be the one to make people realise something. I don't know what. Come in if you're spotting any contradictions. Mike again. Chat GPT, what's it say? I appreciate your clarification. It's accurate to state that as of my last knowledge update in January 22, the teaching of non-Euclidean geometries, such as spherical and hyperbolic geometries, overwhelmingly relies on Euclidean references and comparisons in all commonly used and recognized educational materials and texts. If there have been any developments or alternative teaching methods introduced since that time, I would not have knowledge of them. So maybe that's what Blue's talking about. They might have made some leaps and bounds since January 22. Might be that recent. But I mean, he's just really talking about the way you describe these things, which goes down to the law of identity, the excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. The law of non-contradiction I find is the best one, because all you have to do there is find a contradiction and you say, like, look, there's a law of non-contradiction. There's no such thing. Yeah, Lakota. Mike dropping for ChatGPT. I think he's the only one that's got the money to spend on having a ChatGPT at his beck and service. He just asks it all sorts of stuff. It's like your own personal Google. Mark is red. I don't know why it does that. Yeah, the problem with ChatGPT is that anybody can copy and paste that text. Anyone in any chat. So ChatGPT is going to help out the text chat trolls, because you could always just argue with ChatGPT backwards and forwards on any point, and you could put your opponent's position in there and then get ChatGPT to give you the answer and just copy text it. Copy paste. So the only way, and it's going to come pretty soon, I'm pretty sure, is these conversations one-to-one, actual voice conversations. Although they're probably going to get even better and be able to replicate voices. Probably already have. But the actual one-to-one debate is going to be the place, or not a debate. It's going to be a discussion, I think, because I think the debate can still be manipulated by ChatGPT. What we're after is this positive proofs, a discussion, a working together towards a common goal, and the common goal being truth. There shouldn't be the combative nature of finding truth, looking for the truth. Whereas I think over the years, these channels that are called Flat Earth debate channels have redefined what a debate is. Really, it should be a discussion about a common argument for the betterment of the argument, rather than this combative nature of red versus blue. Modern day. But people are distracted. And these are just my views. What are we talking about? Next comment was not allowed. I don't know, what's that? Am I missing something? Lakota been timed out. Not here, I hope. If you block the mods, you can't get timed out. I'm not so sure that works, is it? Yeah, I think if you question illogic or what's perceived to be logic but isn't, mainly the paralogisms. But if your shadow giants have taught you paralogisms from birth, then what are you meant to do with it? How do you get those out? He's doing well. He's debating. He's debating a guy who wants to call him a child abuser, and debating about the very topic that he wants to call him a child abuser for. And Flatzoid's going along with it. He knows it. But that's what you have to do if you want to join in with these conversations. It takes a while for you to realise that it's all set up. It's all fantasy. Night. Sorry about that. Mrs. going to bed. Did you not take your P900, Emma? Got the flash on. Nice. Looks nice though, doesn't it? Beachfront. Watch out for those alpha raptors. Emma's on holiday. She's never been away. In a really posh. Are you fed the cat? Yeah. Has anybody got any other topics? Anything they want to go over? I bet everybody's wanting Nathan Oakley to come back. We didn't. I should have made the most of it and gone live, through the week. If Nathan's not back next week, we might start up the ARC Discord. Well, the on the level ARC Ascended. We're just base building and doing all of that sort of stuff. We're going to be doing most of it over the weekend, if that's the sort of thing you want to get into. ARC is we'll go over it. It's got dinosaurs in it. If you like dinosaurs, it's just a community game building. It'll test your PC though, right? You'll have to make sure that you've got a pretty good PC. So Nathan, if Nathan wants to come on, wants to play a game to test his PC while he's streaming, I'm doing all right. Do you want to see my Discord? No, gaming.
Your computer's probably not sitting in a corner in a cupboard, basically cooking itself.
No sound. I had to switch the sound off earlier.
And I just like to go back to Erdebear. I would prefer it if you had the water level. I was just playing games. I would prefer if you had the bubble level. Then we can be like a crew.
Yeah, okay. I was trying, but I was
saying.
giving my. I was just testing my my second option. I'll get back to the level, bro.
250 hours into Starfield. Yeah, that's single player, right? I think Starfield's a single player game. This is going to be like a community sort of thing we do on. So this server's going to be open. If you do feel like you want to just join in with the get Arc or whatever, come to the Discord, join the thing, see one of the guys here. Discord's sort of set up for this sort of thing. Gaming, streaming. It's doing all right. It's one of the first games on, well, Unreal 5 engine. But you can't really, it's not fully optimized. But it's all right. Still doing good. Graphics look good, turned up. My PC's running it very nicely, as you can see. No glitches or anything. So, good PCs. Project Zomboid. No. Base building. But yeah, this is how you get PCs to work. So thank you to all of the people who helped us out. We got a few PCs. This is live. This is me doing it live. So if Nathan wants to come and test his PC out, this is probably one of the games to do it, I think. For the upper limits. The graphics are a bit, it does tend to freeze around when you go epic on the games. It's not a gaming stream now. Serious Friday night free for all. Saying thanks for the people that aren't around anymore. Shouldn't really forget them because you know, there's going to be a cycle of people coming back and you know, some people go away for 6 months, 9 months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, and they come back again. But occasionally, some of them just don't come back. So this is a thank you to all of those people that have been around and, well, taught us a lot. Some good, some bad, some lessons, all lessons. Thank you to all of those people who aren't around anymore. Has anybody got any other topics? Because it is early.
Yeah, speaking of not being around, I got to get going. But thank you for another great Free For All Friday.
Thank you, Rob.
I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
So I don't know what's going to become of this. Obviously, if Nathan Oakley's not around, Blue Marble Science can't talk unless his account's unbanned, but it's been banned for a reason. Just, you know, I'm not in the idea of unbanning things that somebody else has banned. I mean, everything else is going fine, and Flatsoid is the one that Blue Marble needs to talk to, not me. I don't particularly want it. It's a challenging conversation coming to talk about reality. These guys are red team, blue team. Most people don't want that. Well, I don't know. I think the people that are left in the arena, I think they do want it. That's why they're left. And like Geo over at Earth Awakenings, I mean, he doesn't want to hear any of this sort of stuff. He considers it spam in his chat. So arguments, all of that sort of stuff. There's a place if you want the flat Earth debate. Frantic bunny ears. There's servers, there's places out there for you, but be warned. If those channels get shut down for spreading misinformation, then you can lose your account because of it. So pick which channels you want to go to, where if you deem that there's a bit of misinformation, then watch out. What game, Big Pine? Farming simulator. It's a lot of good in gaming. I stayed away from it for a bit because I bit get into it a bit too much, get carried away. So I stepped away from it for quite a while. Oh, look here. Oh, here's a surprise. I said we were doing all right keeping the flat earthers away, and then poof, there he is. Flat earth mathematics.
In the flesh. Well, digitally. How are you doing, Bev?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
So have you heard the news at my high school? I've taken possession of a planetarium.
Wow. No, it wasn't
Very-
big news around here. Where was it? Where was this news broadcast?
I just put it on my community notes on my channel, and I think maybe 5 people saw it.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, it's not pushed it.
yeah.
But I'm not too sure whether I'm subscribed.
Yeah. So the astronomy teacher, I don't know what happened. I think it might have been a medical thing, but he had to leave in a really big hurry and is not coming back. And so the equipment rack in this planetarium is quite impressive and very complicated. It's a lot of gear. So I'm trying to figure it out. You know, it's kind of like opening the hood of a car, like not being a mechanic and opening the hood of a car, and you're like, what exactly am I looking at here? You know. So I'm figuring it out slowly.
So what geometry do you reckon this planetarium would use?
Probably Euclidean geometry.
Although you'd be wanting to have a representation of a elliptic, would it? Or like what sort of hyperbolic would you? On the inside of a sphere. Somebody was telling me that the other day.
The interesting thing is the projector. It sits in the middle of the room, pointing straight up with a fisheye lens attached to it, and just the lens alone is like $15,000. So it's got this this big projector. It's just a normal conference room projector that anybody might have, but it has this fisheye lens snout attached to it. So ultimately, the projection, the image that is being produced in the projector is flat. And it's designed to be projected onto a flat screen, but then they put a fisheye lens, so now this flat image is now being projected onto a dome.
Because
And,
because
and
the
you can do all sorts
building's
of
a
fun
dome,
stuff with it.
right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's really cool. I think it's like a 24 foot diameter dome.
So it uses
with,
a
40
lens to make a flat thing into
Right.
the lights in the sky.
Right. Yes, that's right. A 40 seat planetarium. So I'm really
Is
I'm
that
really
how they
super
did
excited
it
to-
then? Do you reckon the flat things are reverse engineered lights in the sky thing, and you're just doing showing them how they reverse engineered it onto the
No.
onto the flat?
No, that's not how it came. Well, how it works at all.
Well, they
But,
looked at the lights in the sky, put them down on a flat piece of paper, and then you can put a lens over the top of that and project it onto a dome.
Yes, this is correct. But astronomy has gone way beyond, just imagining.
But the fisheye
lights in the
lens
sky
is
being lights in
Euclidean
the sky.
too, isn't it?
Yes.
Hmm.
So.
Did
but
you
it's,
watch the
yeah, it's a lot of fun to try
Veritasium
to figure
video?
out. No, and I haven't really
No.
heard much of the conversation. So which Veritasium video?
The one line that changed mathematics, I think it was called that. That you
I'll have to
like
search
the
that.
millions of people have watched it. It was trending on YouTube.
But I mean, yeah, but there are 6 billion, 7 billion people on the earth.
Right, yeah, but I mean, in far as this, only 300 people watch my videos. I don't know about you, but that's big numbers for people to be watching YouTube things, especially about mathematics, right? Which is your core thing. And we've been talking about advanced simplicity, this sort of stuff about Euclid for, well, since the start, really. And that's what the Veritasium video was about. And in that, he said, for you to conceptualize spherical geometry, you have to say that a straight line is a circle and the plane is a sphere.
Well, the problem, and we've had this conversation
problem.
100 times before today, is no, the problem is using words and changing the context behind those words, or changing the meanings behind those words, like mid-sentence.
What?
So when you say the word straight line, most people will imagine, okay, it's like put a ruler on a sheet of paper and draw a straight line.
You didn't watch the video,
But if
did
you're
you?
talking about, I haven't, but we've had this conversation before. And
What about if I can get you a screenshot from that
just
very
tell me
video?
the name of the video. It says one line in the oldest math text hinted at human hidden universes.
One line in
Is
the
that-
oldest
is that the
math
video?
text hinted at hidden universes. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so no, I haven't seen that. But the point is that when you say a straight line, if you don't give any context, most people would think of put a ruler on a sheet of paper and draw a straight line. But if it's specifically in the context of the surface of a sphere, then the phrase straight line has a different meaning, and that's a geodesic. So you can't just say straight line.
No, you
and
can't
just
do
not
that, right?
provide
You
a
can't
context.
do that because a geodesic in Euclidean space is a straight line, the traditional straight line.
Yes, but you're now changing the subject. We were talking
No,
about
we were
the
talking
surface of
about
the-
geometry, and we're saying the
Euclid.
straight line changes through these geometries, and along with it, the plane, and the way you conceptualize the straight and the plane changes within the geometries. There's only one geometry in reality that can be expressed and applied into logic form for an explanation, and that's Euclid.
That's not true. That's not true.
Go on, what do you
No,
call then?
Euclid lay.
How do you define a
Euclid
curve
lay-
in the absence of straight?
Euclid laid the foundation, and the study of geometry has built upon his foundation and has gone further. So you can't just say the only geometry that exists is Euclidean, because you are denying the existence of 2,000 years of mathematics beyond Euclid.
I'm not denying
so
anything.
that's not
I'm
really
telling you
true.
what they said.
Yeah. No, you're denying that spherical geometry is actually a field of math.
What?
At least
In
that's my
spherical
understanding, is that-
geometry, right, the straight line becomes a circle and the plane becomes a sphere. That's spherical geometry. Don't confuse people.
So Bev, you can't just say the straight line. Are we talking about the shortest path drawn on the surface of a sphere when you say straight line? Is that what you mean? Because you have to give context.
Why?
That's the problem. We've got lots of equivocation going on.
What, equivocation of a straight line?
Using the same word, or using one word that has multiple definitions, and then just sort of
You've not watched the video, have you?
smoothly transitioning from one definition to another without letting the listener know which definition you mean. So the phrase straight line has multiple definitions. And if you don't acknowledge that, if you just sort of pretend that it's just one definition, well, then there's a lot of confusion that
It's
goes
a
downhill
straight
from there.
line. Right? The
Saying
straight
it's a straight
line
line doesn't-
becomes
Oh my
a
goodness.
circle. What don't you understand about that?
Ev, if we're talking about the phrase straight line has multiple definitions, and your response is it's a straight line, like
Yes.
that does not provide any clarity.
Yes, it
All
does.
right?
It
No, it
does.
doesn't.
That's
You
the
can't just
whole
repeat yourself.
essence of geometry, is the interactions of those straight lines. Now, the change of
What
the
do you mean by straight line?
geometry requires you to conceptualize that straight line differently. That's all you were talking about. Like we said,
you're
there are no tangents in spherical geometry because spherical geometry is the straight line and the plane is the sphere. We've been saying this for a long time, Matt.
Yeah, but that's not correct.
What's not correct?
Everything you just said.
What was it I said?
for
Can you
starters,
clarify with the...
Well, you said you can. Well, you can have tangents in spherical geometry. You can.
You
can draw
can't,
two
that's
circles on the
Euclidean.
surface of a sphere.
Tangents
that touch.
are
No.
Euclidean.
Oh my goodness. No, Euclidean geometry has tangents, and yet non-Euclidean geometry has tangents.
How?
All right. The definition
The
of
straight
tangent
line
very
is the
simple.
circle.
The straight line. What do you mean by straight line?
In
Ah,
spherical
gotcha.
geometry, the straight line is a circle. And I'm using circle there just because you understand what a Euclidean circle is, but you've got to take that out of your mind and conceptualize that circle as a straight line within spherical geometry. I thought you understood this. You are
Right, but
you
the
are
thing
a
is, you
maths
keep- you
teacher,
keep
right? You
using-
do claim that you teach this at schools, don't you?
Well, I have never taught spherical geometry, and I'm currently teaching statistics and computer science and now astronomy.
Okay, so
So
spherical
but anyway,
geometry
yes, I
does
am a
not
maths
get
teacher.
taught at school.
Well, it doesn't get taught in the classes that I'm currently teaching, and it usually is not found in many.
What
high
I mean,
school
usually? Do you mean
classrooms.
ever? Has it ever been taught in
I'm not gonna
school?
say ever.
Well, have you
of
have
course-
you any experience of any teacher teaching spherical geometry in school?
No, I've never taken that class because I wasn't a math major.
No, but you
but
claim to be a teacher, so you must be around teachers.
Yes.
There must be mathematics teachers there. Have you ever
Yes.
talked or heard of a mathematics teacher in school teaching spherical geometry?
Not at the high school level, but it's definitely taught at the university level.
That's not
I actually
school,
have
is it?
a spherical. I have a
School
oh,
is different than university, is it not?
Okay, so at the high school level, as I've said many times before, spherical geometry is usually not taught. But there are many teachers out there.
You
who
say
just,
usually.
who-
Have
who
you
go beyond
ever
the bounds?
got
Like, for example,
any experience, you personally, of anyone ever teaching spherical geometry in school?
at the high
And
school
don't
level,
use the
no.
word usually. Just say yes or no.
I don't have any experience, but I'm not going to say it's never been taught because oftentimes high school.
But then
teachers
usually would
have,
be a really
hobbies and-
bad word, wouldn't it? Would be deceptive
My goodness.
for you to use the word usually
What's the point?
in the
what's
place of
point you're trying
I've
to
never
make?
experienced it.
So, again, this is like sort of the red herring fallacy, where it's whether or not, Charles Flat Earth Math has personally experienced it, and then that therefore
No,
we're gonna
you
draw some
use the
conclusions.
term
There's,
usually. You've got
Okay.
no experience
So,
of even
spherical-
slightly, partially.
Oh
You've
my
got none of
goodness.
that. So usually is a bit of a bad
I have not
word
taught
to
it.
use.
I am a math teacher, and I have not taught spherical geometry,
Mm-hmm.
but I've learned quite a bit about spherical geometry because I can read and I can understand. So, and I actually have a textbook on spherical geometry, which it's from a university course where it's been taught many times. So yes, it is taught. It is a course, but it just is not a course at my high school, and it is not a course at most high schools. But I'm not gonna make a blanket statement about 100% of the high schools in the world not having a course in spherical geometry. That would be ridiculous. How would I know that? How would I know that? there
Mainly
isn't
because
a
it's the
university professor who is
conceptualization
also
of a straight
high school
line
teacher?
into a circle.
What do you mean by straight line? See, again, you're using that
Straight-
phrase.
you
Again,
use the-
you're not giving context.
What's the straight line? You tell me.
You give me the context. and
No,
I'll tell you the answer.
you tell me what is a straight line. You give me the definition.
It has at least two definitions.
Well, give us both of them
Give me
then,
the-
please.
So
The
give
most
us both,
important
yeah.
one first.
Oh, here comes paper.
Go on, just give us
Oh,
the
so-
definitions.
So on a plane, a straight line is, the usual Euclidean definition. I'm not sure what the actual wording is. Everyone understands the shortest path between 2 points is a straight segment in Euclidean geometry. So that's the first definition. The second definition would be in spherical geometry. When you're talking about describing the interactions of geometric shapes on the surfaces of spheres. And then a straight line on the surface of a sphere is also known as a geodesic. It's the shortest path between 2 points on
What
the
about
sphere.
a straight line in hyperbolic geometry?
Yeah, that's a similar
Similar to what?
definition. Spherical hyperbolic is another non-Euclidean geometry, just like spherical geometry is a non-Euclidean geometry.
Imaginometry is
So you could
another one.
No, that's something you made up.
Imaginometry, it's a non-Euclidean geometry.
No, it's just it's a
Well,
jabberwocky.
it's
You
more
just made that
it's
up.
more logical, right, than your traditional geometries, but it's definitely a non-Euclidean
No,
geometry.
no, it doesn't have any logic to it whatsoever. I've read your entire page on imaginometry, and 100% of it sounded like Lewis Carroll.
No, that Lewis Carroll was in the
So-
introduction at the beginning. You didn't read too far. You probably just read the
No,
Lewis
I read the
Carroll
whole thing.
bits.
No, I said I read the whole thing, and the whole thing sounds like Lewis Carroll.
Lewis
so,
Carroll was a mathematician, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was. Teacher.
But anyway, the bottom line is that straight line has
Geometer,
at least two
actually.
definitions, just off the top of my head. So when you say straight line, knowing that there are two definitions, and you refuse to say which context you're talking about, then you are deliberately provoking Obfuscation.
Yeah, you have to tell them which geometry you're trying to apply the straight line to. That's what you need to tell people. Yes.
Can I
Don't tell me.
interject,
Yeah,
please?
you've got paper.
Tell the reflection in the mirror, because you do it all the time.
Charles, you gave us only one definition, the shortest distance between 2 points. And this,
No,
the second,
you two definitions.
you just called it geodesic, but this is just different name. It is not
No.
definition.
No,
So
I said the
saying that
shortest path
straight
between
line
2
is
points. Shortest path between 2 points on the surface of a sphere. You didn't hear the rest of the definition for the spherical.
Okay, so
That's
that would
not
be
though. That's not true.
So okay, but Charles, so your two definitions are first, shortest distance between 2 points and shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of the sphere.
No, the first definition said on a plane.
On a plane.
Yes.
And you can have just in space, straight line.
Draw
You
2
don't-
points on a plane, right? Draw 2 points on a plane.
In space.
The shortest path between those 2 points.
You don't need the plane, though, do you?
Is a Euclidean
That's what
straight line.
paper's saying.
Okay.
You don't need the plane. You're just talking about
I'm just clarifying.
the straight line, not
I'm
the
just
plane.
clarifying for paper that the two definitions were not as simple as shortest distance and shortest distance. That sounds kind of silly.
Okay,
Euclidean straight line is the
the-
shortest distance between 2 points on a plane.
No, it is not. So
The,
I'm sorry. I'm
spherical-
sorry. It is not. It is not Euclidean. You are misrepresenting Euclidean definition.
Okay, what's your definition for a straight line?
No,
it is not
no,
mine.
you're asking
It
the
is not mine.
Euclidean definition. Don't ask paper for
Yeah.
his definition.
No, he just told me I was wrong.
You've just said Euclid says, and paper was correcting
wasn't quoting
you
Euclid.
on your misinterpretation of Euclid.
All right, then correct me.
Euclid
Paper.
is not.
Tell me the correct definition.
No, Charles.
The
You need to say what is a straight line. Just define straight line.
just did,
Just
and I was
it's
told I
simple.
was wrong.
What's a straight line?
So
because if you are talking about plane, you are talking about place where you can put straight line, and this is not in definition.
okay, then give me your definition then. You've told me I was
Euclid's
wrong.
definition
Okay,
is
I'm willing to take
that
correction.
that which lies
A straight
evenly-
line is a line which lies evenly with points on itself. A surface is that which has length and breadth only. So that's no z-axis, no curve in the
There you go.
z-axis.
There you go.
So what
Oh,
do
it's
you
fucking
define
lovely.
a straight line as?
All right, that sounds like a
In
perfectly
general,
good
like let's
definition
just
for a
in general,
Euclidean
what do you
straight
think
line.
a straight line is, Charles?
No, that sounds perfectly good for a Euclidean straight line.
Okay,
I don't have a problem with that.
good. You shouldn't.
It is
So
not on a plane.
Can we agree to agree and move on?
Yeah. So what do you think a straight line is?
Can we not
We
do
just
personal
agreed.
definitions here? Because what we're dealing with is Charles seems to think that it's got something to do with what Euclid wrote down. It doesn't really. The straight line is a conceptual framework that you hold in your mind. That's geometry, right, Charles?
Well, it's one way. It's one aspect of geometry, sure.
Okay. So the demonstrations that Euclid uses is in order to gain proofs are the conceptualization of those things put on paper.
Yeah, and it's always good to define things at the beginning, and then so you can rest on first principles.
Okay, so
for the stuff that you have later
what
on.
you're being asked for is that conceptualization of a straight line that you place in your mind. Please define it.
Well, I think it's like we're going in circles. I'm agreeing to whatever Euclidean definition.
No,
you wanna
we're
put on your
asking
screen.
you. The straight line
Would you like
in
me to
your
quote the
mind,
definition that's
please.
literally on the screen. What?
Yes, Charles.
It is
because
no different than Euclidean's image of a straight line.
it is. I think it is because Euclid doesn't say where this line is. Because you said on plane or on the surface of the
I
sphere.
was just trying to
It's
use a
before.
visual, but
It
you can take the plane away.
preempts. It's before the plane, Charles.
All right,
Charles,
so you take the plane away. It's the shortest distance between 2 points. Okay, can we all agree on that? Because it sounds like we're doing
okay,
a whole lot
we
of
can agree.
hair
So-
splitting.
So it means that just in space, because of course the length is in space. This is how we measure length in space. So it has to be some space to have a line. Because line
Yes.
is in space. So
Okay.
the shortest distance between 2 points in space, we can say that. Of course, Euclid doesn't say that because it is not necessary, because it is obvious that 2 points, if there is a length between them, it has to be in space. So that's it. But
Okay.
I am not saying that. But so what's the difference between Euclidean definition and let's say spherical geometry definition?
Okay, so again, spherical geometry restricts itself to geometric shapes on surfaces of spheres. So if you'd have 2 points that are both on the surface of a sphere, and you connect them with a path, then that path has to travel on the surface of the sphere. You can't tunnel.
No,
through the sphere.
no, it would tunnel. Like the actual straight line would
No,
tunnel
so
through
okay.
that.
No, the problem is
So
here,
I'm
Charles.
not
You're
talking
given the
about
caveat
a
you
Euclidean
must
straight line.
surface.
So
Charles,
I'm
you
not
should
talking
know
about a
this.
Euclidean straight line.
You have to take on
Okay,
You
so
do-
the
whoever that was that
Euclidean
just
straight
interrupted.
line to end up with the sphere.
Yeah, you
So
do
it's
know
very
a
revealing
sphere is curved,
that
right?
when I'm in the
And
middle of
it's
defining something, I get interrupted to say something that I was not saying. Right?
no,
I'm
but
not talking about a
let's
Euclidean straight line.
conclude this. You do know that a sphere isn't length and breadth only; it's also height. Height.
Yes, you
That's
could
a curve.
define
That's
a sphere
height.
as in Euclidean terms, length, width, and breadth. All right, but what I'm talking
Length and
about
breadth.
is something that
Line.
is non-Euclidean, and that is describing the interrelationships of geometric shapes on the surface of a sphere. All right, and so if you draw a line, if you draw 2 points on the surface of a sphere and connect them with the shortest path on that surface, that path is called a geodesic. It is also called a straight line in spherical geometry.
But that line isn't straight. Like, let's say if you had a clear
not
circle,
Euclidean straight.
like if you had a clear glass dome and you were to angle it, you would clearly see, and you're not looking over it, you would clearly see that that line is curved and is not straight, is not solely
Yeah, of course.
length and breadth
Of course.
only. It is in
Of course,
the Z
yes.
axis, which is height
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
Yes. So you are
Yes.
confirming that you're claiming a straight line is a curved line. That's what you're
No.
admitting to.
What? No.
Yes. Yes.
Notice that you said straight line without.
Notice I
defining
said length and
which-
breadth only.
Okay. When you said
Not
straight line
elevation.
just now, which straight line did you mean? Euclidean or spherical?
The length and breadth only. The lines lie, or the points lie evenly on the
Okay,
line.
Euclidean or spherical? When you said straight line.
A sphere is clearly defined within Euclidean geometry.
You're not
That
answering
is
the
your
question.
confusion.
There is a Euclidean straight line and there is a spherical straight line.
There
Which
is a
did you
straight
mean when
line,
you said
and then there is you
straight line?
thinking a curved line is a straight line. This is what we're talking about.
They
now.
said
And now
about
you're
this.
saying,
So the
are you in my
problem-
Said about this in the thing. This is exactly what they said in the video. I don't know if you
need
watched
to
it.
use specific verbs
If
and
you watch the,
to affirm the adjectives.
If you watch the Veritasium video into the break,
So the problem
I have.
the problem is
Yeah,
that
Charles hasn't.
we're trying to have a
And
conversation.
this is what he said. Look, the
We're trying
guy
to have a
in the thing,
conversation.
Charles, said, you should have undefined terms. And all we're trying to get you to do is to define something. And it seems
and I get
like
interrupted
you've
and
got
told
the
I'm
same
wrong, so-
frame of mind as this guy in the Veritasium video, where he thinks you
So
shouldn't have defined terms. You want to have
All I'm saying is a straight
variable
line is a straight line.
definitions.
If you want to call it something different, call it something different. You can't say A curved line is a straight line. That's an identity violation. You can't have the same word meaning both the synonym and the antonym. That is an identity violation.
It's a
So you are identity
geometric
violating
shift.
to say there is such thing as a curved straight line.
He can't get out
Okay.
of Euclidean understanding.
There's no such
Charles,
thing
tell
as
him.
a curved. There's no such thing as a curved Euclidean straight line. Okay, can we agree upon that?
Straight line is
There
not
is no such
Euclidean.
thing.
Straight line is just
There is
straight.
no such thing as a curved Euclidean straight line.
You are making things up. There is no such
No,
thing as
do you
Euclidean
agree
straight
or
line.
disagree, paper? There is no such thing as a Euclidean curved straight line.
There is
No,
Okay.
there's lines
So can
defined
we-
in
Straight
Euclid,
line.
and he made a specific point of a straight line is a line that has points evenly on itself, even, and that surface is the length and breadth only.
Yeah,
That's defined in
Euclidean.
Euclid.
Absolutely.
So get it right.
Absolutely.
Get
Okay.
it right. Make sure you understand what you're talking about.
Yes, I understand completely. But
All right.
the problem is we're trying to have a conversation where one half of the party does not even acknowledge an entire branch of geometry.
What
That
That branch
only
of
seizes
geometry is
upon-
clearly
only
established
seizes
within
upon
Euclidean.
the thing
So
terms that
I'm
sound
confused.
alike.
What are you talking about? A whole other branch of geometry? What do you mean?
Spherical geometry. Do you agree that it
Okay, a
exists?
sphere
or do you
is a
just deny
shape
that it
defined
exists?
within Euclid's
I
Euclid's
didn't
elements.
say what a sphere is.
A sphere is a Euclidean shape. What do you mean a whole other
I've already said
geometry?
that.
You mean we're going to take an aspect of Euclidean geometry and then we're going to call it not that? Is that what you're saying?
So you are denying that there is something called spherical geometry.
Oh,
There is
Charles,
something called a
please.
sphere
That's what I'm getting out of it.
within Euclidean geometry, plainly
Okay, see,
defined.
that's not. All right. That's where the confusion is.
No, you seem
When
confused.
I say the phrase spherical geometry, you just think, oh, a sphere in Euclidean geometry.
No,
And
Charles.
I'm just going to put the word geometry
No.
after it. And that's not spherical geometry.
No, Charles. That's what you're trying to
I mean, like,
obfuscate.
Literally.
I'm trying to tell
literally
you,
put
Charles.
the term.
Please don't do this, Charles. It's not worth it.
Don't do what?
I'm telling you, there's
respect
a
for yourself,
video
Charles.
that you haven't watched that literally says the straight line becomes a circle and the plane becomes a sphere. That's spherical geometry. It's not a branch of geometry because it
actually
has
is.
no
It's a
roots.
subset of non-Euclidean geometry.
There's no roots. It can't be a
There's
branch.
some very deep roots. Oh my goodness.
Go on. Where's its
The
foundations
problem
then?
is its foundations are in Euclidean geometry.
No.
Okay.
No.
All geometry has their foundations in Euclidean geometry, to my knowledge.
Well, how
and
do
then
you
people just build
falsify
upon
the
that.
straight line then?
No one's
You've
falsifying
just
a straight
told
line.
him nobody's using
It just has
Euclidean
this-
straight line, but now you're trying
just-
to
it just has the
obfuscate
same
the
spelling, that's
Euclidean
all.
straight line.
No one's obfuscating the Euclidean straight line. I've been agreeing with you this entire time, and everyone tries to make it sound like I'm disagreeing.
No, I
with
didn't say you're
Euclidean straight
obfuscating. I
line.
said you're equivocating. A curved line, also
my
defined
goodness,
in
I'm
Euclidean
equivocating.
geometry, with a straight line, which is defined in Euclidean geometry.
Oh my god.
Equivocating,
So, all right,
not obfuscating.
Here's
Equivocating.
an analogy for you. So, if I talk about a house that has a front door, it has beds, it has a kitchen, and it has a bathroom, and then we could have a conversation about this house, and then you say, okay.
No,
then
we
you
say,
can go
what's a
outside and
bed?
You can plant a flower.
No,
You can
we say,
plant
what's a
a
flower?
in the dirt.
We say, what's
And then,
dirt?
So I say no.
What's
no?
no?
You have the wrong idea of a house.
What's a
because
house?
It turns
Just
out
let
that
him
I
go
was
with this
talking
obfuscation. This
about-
is amusing how pathetic and
It's
petulant
not
and pedantic
not
he's being.
obfuscation. It's an analogy. I know you guys hate analogies.
No, we're
yeah.
trying to tell you,
But
Charles, that the
Yeah, let him go. Let him go.
fundamentals,
This is amusing.
the
The house that I'm talking
fundamentals
about
of mathematics,
actually
Charles,
a houseboat.
start with a point
So using
and
the
then
word
2
house
points, Charles.
is not specific.
It's not a
enough.
house.
One
You're going
house
too far.
is
Go
Now
back
he's
to the
equivocating a house
first
with a
The other
boat.
house
You're a
principles.
clown,
come
dude.
on,
Charles, you are a
please.
clown. You're grooming children. You should hang your head in
So
shame.
Into the break, please.
That's pretty funny. You guys just literally cannot listen to somebody
Charles,
without
we're at
nonstop
the
interrupting.
You just
first
equivocated a house with a boat.
principles of mathematics.
Never heard of
Starts
a
at a
houseboat,
point,
apparently.
and then you have 2 points. Now, we are talking about the understanding of a straight line in relation to those 2 points. We understand that 1 point in spherical geometry becomes 2 points. We understand that a straight line in spherical geometry is a circle, and that circle is a Euclidean circle, so you have to relate it to Euclid. There's no way of doing it any way else. The straight line defined in Euclid, the circle defined in Euclid, pi, the relationship between the straight line and the circle. That's Euclid. So how would you define the straight line in the absence of Euclid? Please. Go, Charles.
Well, it's just very frustrating to try to have a conversation with people who don't acknowledge something that exists. So how can I talk about the thing if you don't acknowledge it exists? That's the thing. So the words I'm using are very triggering to you because they
No,
are
we
spelled
acknowledge
and they
sphere
sound
He's
exists,
waiting for you
Charles.
to do that. Let him go.
words
Let
that
him
are in
go.
Euclidean
He'll get to
geometry.
it.
Right? Again with the interruption. You can't let a guy finish a sentence. That just tells me I'm on the right team because I don't feel any such need.
Go on, keep going.
Well, it would be nice if you acknowledged that spherical geometry exists.
We've just told you.
Since
Would
you
that be
Straight
the
line
right
becomes a
thing?
circle. But can you
that's
please
not a definition.
define the straight line? Go on.
What kind of straight line? A Euclidean straight line or a spherical geometry straight line? Because
Just a
that
straight
seems to be
line.
very, very
Just a
triggering
straight
to you
line.
guys.
Whichever straight line you
Just
want
the
to
straight line.
define.
See,
Yes.
that's
Within the
obfuscation.
conceptual understanding of mathematics, first principles. Straight line, Charles. Go on.
That's
So he thinks
obfuscating.
there's 2 definitions for straight line. Can you give both
That's
of those
that's
definitions,
obfuscating.
please? Both of the
Yes,
definitions
that's
for
what
what
I've
you
done.
think a straight line is. That would suffice.
Yes, I've given them. I've given both definitions.
So you think a curved line
right?
is a straight line and a straight line is a straight line? Identity violation.
Sorry,
Identity violation.
Flat Earth
No.
Math, I asked you for 2 definitions. You gave us 1 definition.
I
That
gave
would
2
be-
definitions and you took out a whole bunch of words and tried to make it
He
seem
just
like one
added a
definition.
sphere in.
First definition was incorrect because Euclidean, let's say, straight line is just shortest distance between 2 points. Nothing about plane or whatever. He's not talking
Okay,
about
fine.
surface because when he's defining straight line, there is no surface yet because first is point, then line, and then plane. So he's defining a straight line without any plane because the plane is not defined yet in Euclid. So we have line before plane, so without plane. That's so I would rather expect from you to define a non-Euclidean straight line without referring to any plane, I think, because in
Yes,
spherical geometry,
I did.
you,
I
you
did
said
talk about
you
the
said on the
non-Euclidean
surface,
straight line without referring to a plane.
but you were referring to surface of the sphere.
That's correct. That is not a plane.
Yes,
That
but
is.
it is Charles. It is like defining what car is. The car is what it is in garage. We are not talking
No, that is
where
not the
this.
definition I gave.
Yes, you said on the surface of the sphere. You start with that.
That's correct.
Yes.
No, that
so
on the surface of the sphere is where all of spherical geometry takes place, and that's what you folks can't acknowledge.
So that
Is
would
that there
be
can be relationships?
No, I will
between
acknowledge that
things
as long as
on
you
the
say
surface
that,
of a sphere.
yes, a straight line, if observed from exactly bird's eye view right above it, it appears straight. But if you were to tilt the ball, then it becomes curved. I will accept it if you actually define your terms appropriately, because a straight line isn't a curved line. correct?
Which straight line are you
You
talking about?
you do know that a curved line isn't a straight line, right? We can agree on that,
Which straight
right?
line are you talking about?
I'm talking about the one straight line, the only
Okay,
straight line
see,
there
that's
can be.
all right. So you're not
So,
acknowledging
yeah,
another
what you're
branch of
saying is that
geometry.
a straight line can be curved as well as it can be straight. Is
No,
that what you're saying? I just want you to be
no.
specific. Just
Yes,
say
I'm
what you
being very
mean and
specific,
mean what
and
you
no,
say.
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, what do you mean then?
We have two
That's what I
terms
want to know.
that are
What you mean?
spelled the same. We have two terms that are spelled the same. They're pronounced the same. They are not the same. Is that okay?
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
what? Okay.
Charles, check
So
this
what
out.
is the
This is
difference?
this is a screenshot
What's the difference?
from the video. What does it say there, Charles?
Great circle.
I can,
and by
I can
plane,
read.
you
I'm
mean
not gonna
sphere.
read right off the screen like a trained monkey. Oh, by the way, I have to go in less than 15 minutes.
So is a
to drive
straight
my kids
line
to school.
what is a straight line? Like,
What
give me
branch of
both
geometry are you
I
talking
I
about?
want both
Yeah,
definitions.
Charles,
I've
Of,
already
check it
given
out.
both definitions.
It's on the
give me
screen.
both of them.
Everybody
Oh,
can
you already
see
did.
it.
I've given both
A
definitions.
curved and a straight line.
It
Yeah,
says that
that's
in
what I'm
which
saying.
by
Identity violation.
line you mean great circle, and by plane you mean sphere. That's right, isn't it, Charles? Isn't that what you actually
They're
mean?
speaking English.
What?
They're speaking English. You know.
In which by line
if
you
you
mean
talk-
great circle. Why can't you say these things, Charles? Why do you have to obfuscate
Just
and
say
not
it, Charles.
actually say
Don't be
it?
ashamed.
This is spherical geometry. Veritasium's explained it to everyone. Charles, why do you have problems with it? We already knew this.
I don't
We've
have
been
problems
telling
with
you
spherical
this
geometry.
for ages. Level is horizontal. This is the
level
spherical
is not horizontal.
geometry horizontal plane. That's what it looks like.
Well, you're wrong. as
What?
usual.
How
I
is he
said you're
wrong?
wrong
How is he
as
wrong?
usual.
Say what you mean what you say. Be specific.
So if you have two people who are well versed in math, they can have a conversation. And you can eavesdrop on this conversation and misunderstand it. That's exactly what's happening with this video.
What?
The guy,
How
That's
do
what's
we
happening with
misunderstand
you
that
right
then,
now.
Charles?
You don't understand foundational geometry.
Yeah, by foundational geometry, you're excluding spherical geometry.
Yeah,
the guy
literally
who
the
made that
foundation of
video-
geometry, Euclid,
This
which has
is
sphere defined
spherical
within its book.
geometry, Charles. Watch
It's
the
a
video.
video made by a guy who is well versed in geometry, and it was written for people who understand geometry. And what you're doing is you're eavesdropping on this conversation,
That's what
and
they
you are
put on the video.
misunderstanding what the guy is
You
saying.
don't get it, says the child groomer.
How can
Hang
you
on.
say that? That it actually says that. It's got the screenshot. That's
Yes,
what the
yes,
fella
the guy-
said
the guy who does
while showing the
Veritasium-
picture that's on the screen.
Yes. Can we acknowledge that the guy who makes the channel Veritasium is very, very smart. He's a very gifted mathematician. But it is possible for
He's
a
an
third party
actor,
to
bro.
misunderstand.
No, I won't give you
He's
that.
just a
he is-
YouTube content creator, Charles.
Well, I've never seen him make a mistake. All right, and so
No,
the
he's
fact
not
that
making
you're
a mistake,
sort of
Charles.
eavesdropping-
Hello?
Okay.
This is spherical geometry. You have to conceptualize the plane as a sphere. What don't you understand, Charles? That the straight line
it's actually-
becomes a circle. It says it.
Okay.
That's what happens.
Yes, I know it says it, right? I know it says it. But it was made by a guy who understands math for people who also understand math.
2
And you're
million
misun-
people.
and you're-
No,
they were
his
all
team
mathematicians,
understands
were
it. He
they?
doesn't. He just regurgitates it.
You're misunderstanding it. So I've posted, you guys like to do canal posting. So I've been doing spherical geometry posting. I posted, I don't know what, 4 or 5 links to spherical geometry. And it's something that you guys just don't even acknowledge exists.
Yes.
Spherical geometry
What we
is
don't
a branch
understand.
of
No,
mathematics.
Charles, a sphere does exist, and it's clearly
agree.
defined within
I-
Euclidean geometry. Why are you
Yes,
confused?
I
about
didn't say
this?
sphere. I'm not confused about a sphere. and
Yeah,
that's why I didn't say
spherical
sphere.
sphere.
No,
Well, I'm
no,
confused.
not spherical
It's-
sphere. Spherical geometry is a thing.
So
Okay.
spherical, it does
can't
not
just say
refer
sphere.
to.
All right, you can't
Charles,
just say
so-
sphere. Spherical
Okay, but
geometry is a
spherical.
thing.
Charles, but spherical is adjective from noun, and noun is a sphere. This is like he listening to
So-
Rumpus, who says that
literally-
horizontal
literally-
is not off horizon. So you are saying
Oh my
that
goodness.
spherical is not off of the sphere?
So
This is
Oh my
what you are
goodness.
with
saying?
word games.
It's
All
a
right, there is
plane, though,
branch
isn't
of
it, Charles? Tell
mathematics
Yeah,
us.
no,
that is
words have meanings,
called-
Charles.
That is called spherical geometry. And you want to try to slice and dice and say, oh, spherical is an adjective and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, there is a branch of math called spherical geometry, and you folks don't understand the first
It's
bit
weird,
about
isn't
it.
it, Charles?
And
Because
I-
that's spherical
and it's
geometry doesn't
really,
have a
really-
sphere in it, does it? Doesn't have a definition
Hey,
of a
I
sphere.
get what a straight
in
line is,
spherical
Charles.
geometry.
Do you know what a straight line is, Charles?
What's really funny is that I've posted all these links, and you guys will probably refuse to click on any of them because you do
We
not
probably
want to
read them
even
all anyway.
acknowledge
We
that
read them,
spherical
Charles.
geometry
You
exists.
are misrepresenting the diagrams. You are mislabeling them. You are confused about definitions of words. It is semantics. You
never-
don't have a
I haven't
lexicon
labeled any
to
diagrams.
describe what you want to describe. You don't have the lexicon. You are equivocating. You don't have the words. You don't have the terms.
Oh my goodness, this is classic projection. Every time I've said spherical
Go on, then.
geometry,
What's a
project
straight
away.
line, Charles? Is a straight line a curved line? Or am I projecting or are you projecting on a sphere?
You're projecting.
You're projecting on a straight line onto a sphere, aren't you? You're projecting a straight line onto a sphere, aren't you? That's what you're doing. You're projecting a straight line,
Yeah,
linear,
the problem
even.
here, into the break. The problem is, right, when you hear sphere, you're thinking Euclidean. But you have
No.
to take that away, right? It's just
Oh, my
a
mistake. Yeah,
plane.
words have meanings. and
Yeah, it's
shit.
just
I
a
gotta
plane
remember.
now,
I gotta
right?
remember to forget words have
Within
meanings.
the framework of that geometry, it's just a plane.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
not a plane?
It's
So-
not. I mean, you could screenshot Veritasium all you want, but a sphere is not a plane.
Okay, so...
No, that's
so
the
because
Euclidean
now-
sphere.
I am now confused. So spherical geometry has
Yeah, me
nothing to
too.
do with a sphere? This is what you are saying, Charles?
No, I have not said any such thing.
So it has something to do with the sphere?
Yes, spherical geometry has something to do with the sphere. All right, so we're
Okay,
making
so-
progress.
Oh,
So a
dear,
sphere.
I think so.
That
Fine,
was a bit of a giveaway, that, mate.
Is that what you're saying too?
So I'm eavesdropping in on this conversation, like you were talking about. People eavesdrop in on conversations and they get confused, and I'm pretty confused because we have Euclid's description of a straight line, and then we have this spherical straight line, which doesn't have a definition somehow. I haven't heard a definition,
It does.
and if
It's
I
the
wanted,
shortest path.
hang on. So if I want to teach my daughter about some maths and this, so here I'm on Wikipedia, straight and curved lines. A line can be straight or curved. In geometry, the word line means a straight line. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. A straight line is traced by a point moving in a direction that does not change. A curved line is sometimes called a curve. Click on the curve hyperlink. A curve is a line that turns or bends. A curved line is never straight, and a curved surface is a surface that is never flat. So, I don't know what to tell my
I agree with
daughter.
all of
I had expected that a maths teacher would be able to explain that really clearly to me, so I could come
Yes,
away from
I-
this saying, I understand.
I agree with all
Well,
of
it's not about math.
So-
It's
so
about
what is the definition?
philosophy. It's about
But what-
philosophy.
Don't say
everything.
that. Charles,
Everything that you
please.
just said is in Euclidean geometry, and I have to go. I have to deliver.
I
my
understand
kids
it,
to
but
a
what?
party,
Can you
so-
just tell me the definition? Is there a definition? Like in
I've said
Euclid,
it,
there's
I've
a
said it
definition for.
multiple
You
times.
can't.
No, you
Everything
haven't.
you
You
said
haven't.
You can only
is in
conflate
Euclidean
terms.
You
geometry.
haven't. I haven't heard it. That's all I wanted to hear. I heard the
have to go,
definition for
okay?
Euclid for a straight line, but not the definition for the
Yeah,
spherical straight
run
line.
to another channel
Yes,
where they
I've said it
accept
multiple times. I can't say
delusional
it again because I
geometry,
gotta
You
go.
Charles.
haven't
Yeah,
said
run
that.
to another channel where they accept delusional geometry,
So,
Charles.
I
Will
gotta
you be?
go.
Oh,
I
go
gotta
to your safe
go.
space. Space is.
I have to deliver my kids to a party. Bye bye. Nice
Yeah.
talking with you.
See you later, Charles.
Damn. Well,
Yeah,
I don't know what I'm going to tell my daughter now.
that
I really
was
don't.
very well done. That, thank you, Ed. That was very well done.
I don't, very confusing. I mean,
know. I mean,
you
how?
were asking him clearly and said, without take away Euclid, just give us this definition. And, I would have expected from a maths teacher something very clear, something as clear as Euclid says, a point, between A and B, the shortest point is a straight line. That's clear. And there's no confusion about that. Well, so on a straight line that can't be curved, what could explain that? Give me something that says, some definition that you can say, okay, I get it now, but there's nothing to get.
The guy in
Nothing
the
was
video
given.
said it. Like, you shouldn't have defined terms. You should leave them undefined. You should just give them the postulates and allow them to freestyle that stuff for themselves, except when they freestyle what's natural, i.e. like a Euclidean form of a straight line, they'll tell you you're wrong. Like math, like he just did. Charles, flat earth math. This is literally.
These are the points I just find incredible. These are incredible moments that supposedly educated people come to this place where they have no explanation for this stuff they're telling us is real. I just find it astounding.
He seems to be arguing against something that is a self-evident truth
and doesn't have anything to offer, that is self-evident in itself. He's not saying, the spherical line. He doesn't explain that or give a definition that is in itself self-evident, that you couldn't say it isn't anything else. There's nothing. This is incredible.
And by the way, I was leading him to this surface because Euclid's definition is talking about, let's say, shortest distance between 2 points without plane. So he's not referring to plane. But his definition of spherical straight line is on the surface of the sphere. So, and he said before that we are that there is different context to that, and that context would be a surface. And so it means that his definition of spherical straight line is contextualized, and it cannot be, because straight line or any line does not, you don't need any surface to define a straight line, because on the surface you can draw a straight line, and you can draw on a plane, of course, but on the surface of the sphere you cannot draw a straight line. That's why you cannot refer to the surface while defining something like straight line or triangle or whatever. Because you can define, for example, triangle without a plane. Because this is how we create plane. 3 points connected create plane. So with straight lines, of course. So it does not refer to any surface. That's why if he's giving definition of straight line on the surface of the sphere, so at the point when he's saying on the surface of the sphere, it means that he's giving wrong definition. That's why I made analogy to a car. If car is on the parking, it is the same car, and if it is in the garage, it is still the same car. It doesn't matter where it is. So you cannot change definition of straight line because you are drawing this straight line on the surface of the sphere. You cannot do that. And by the way, of course, you cannot draw a straight line on the surface of the sphere. Simple.
That's because you know your understanding is all Euclidean, right? That's
Let
why you
me.
think like that. But
Yeah, you can put
for
these in. I was gonna
somebody,
put
wait
the
a minute,
orange
just a
teeth
minute.
in
For somebody without any
for the
understanding of
back.
Euclidean concepts, then what are they meant to think, right? They're freestyling this. You know how these modern day sophists work. They don't actually need to know anything about any subject. They can
I'll just
immediately
bring
Google
something
it
out
and get
for
a
it.
Veritasium type view of it.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen. You're not gonna get away from that. It just surprises me that this man's pretending to be a mathematics teacher.
Let's see.
Because he doesn't understand anything of
Yeah.
the basic concepts.
I think.
It's shocking.
Hang on, guys. I think Into the Break is hot micing.
Go on.
Yeah, that's the astounding thing here in a maths teacher. Have no explanation. No definition, like I expected I should have. You would get from a mathematician. You would get an explanation that I could tell my daughter, something simple.
Yeah, he's a high school teacher.
This is how
He should have a simplified version of it to help you out.
I
Well,
don't know what to do now. I don't know what further to tell her. How to work that out. I don't know anymore.
He did say, didn't he, that he had a textbook from a university. Do you think that there's a definition of straight line?
Well, I found one. Just looking on Wikipedia
No. I'm saying he says he has a textbook from a university for spherical geometry. Do you think that there is in there a definition of a straight line? Because he said it's spelled the same. It doesn't matter. A straight line. He said it's spelled the same. It's pronounced the same, but it's not the straight line that you're thinking of, Erdebear, in Euclidean geometry. So it would be interesting to find out if Charles can take a screenshot of the definition of a straight line from his textbook he says he has from the university. I think that would be super interesting.
I mean,
that's way above. That's way above my pay grade to get near that book,
Well,
but that's why I was asking him. Can you just give me the simple explanation of that? What is that? If it's spelt the same, but it's not the same, what's the difference?
Well, see, in my opinion, here's the trick that happens, right? As Bev points out, Euclidean geometry is the only geometry that anyone conceptualizes in their mind until they get to the point of, as Charles says, university courses where they might take something called spherical geometry. Otherwise, you get Euclidean. So your mindset is Euclidean. Everything you think about is Euclidean. When you think straight line, when you think sphere, it's Euclidean. It's all Euclidean. Suddenly, though, as Bev also points out, Veritasium comes along, and Charles agreed that guy is a very gifted mathematician. And suddenly says, yeah, but we have to just take this and turn it into something else, not scrap it, and it's a completely different thing. So Charles's point is a straight line in Euclid is not straight line in spherical geometry. They're two completely different things. That's not what Veritasium said. So, and it's not, Charles's claim is that we didn't understand it.
A mathematician, right?
Yes,
if he was a talented mathematician, he wouldn't have needed to have talked to a mathematician.
Well, he may have been talking to somebody that was more familiar with Boolii. I don't know. So there is that possibility, right? That possibility exists. But Charles's answer to that conundrum, while he has not watched the Veritasium video, is to claim that we are the eavesdroppers in that. We're the ones who got it wrong, even though we listened to all the words, absolutely understood it, have looked at all of this stuff, and it clearly said what Bev said it said. It's in context. It's not out of context.
Crazy, isn't it? How
Yeah.
readily he was able to just dismiss what Veritasium said whilst keeping what Veritasium said. And it was us that didn't understand the words that were there, but he couldn't clarify or give us a better explanation of what was said.
It's crazy how they hide that from the kids. You know, teach them in school Euclid, but it isn't until you get to higher levels that they're going to tell you this other secret, that straight is spelt the same, looks the same, is very different. And why would they not have told them that? Tell you from the beginning that, you know, it seems a strange thing to flip your head at a certain point and say, we've told you before, don't believe that now.
Never mind that.
Change it. Never mind that. This is something else.
Yep.
You know, why would you do that? That's the
right. Exactly.
You know, that's the basics. Really,
yeah.
It's the basics, isn't it? It's as much the basics as the shortest point from A to B is a straight line. It's as basic as that.
Absolutely.
But when we're talking about a sphere, this is the formula. This is how we explain it. This is how we describe it. That's why I was saying earlier, trying to wrap my head around this point of contradiction where you can have a sphere with Euclid and it's perfectly fine, and yet this it's a contradiction when it comes to explaining that on this sphere of that Charles talks about. There's a contradiction. It doesn't work. You know, where is this disconnect? It's a crazy thing. It should be very simple, as simple as Euclid is once you've worked out what the words actually mean. You know, the old English and yeah. I mean, some of the stuff I've had to listen along with the video and go, oh, okay, I get what that means now. I understand that. And then it becomes clearer. You understand the language, the nomenclature is different. You get it. But this basic that they tell children, and then all of a sudden, forget all that. Crazy. And a mathematician here, a maths teacher here who couldn't explain that. That's astounding. I'd expect that when I got to university, he'd be able to say, well, this is the formula. This is how we know we've learned from A to B as a, you know, straight line and all that. We know that. Now we're going to teach you this other, it's a bit more advanced, but this is how you can write it down. It's how you can repeat it to everybody. It's this formula. It makes sense, but nothing. There isn't one.
Yeah, they like to pretend that Euclid comes first, but then the moment you try and say, well, this is Euclid's straight line, surely we can compare these other ones to that, if that's the foundation. But then he says, no, you can't do that. But there's no way of defining it, describing it, or explaining it without using either logic or some sort of a geometric description. There's no way of doing it. But he wants to be outside of that realm.
Well, that's one way of getting off class early, isn't it?
Well, like, I was like this with my son, and I couldn't. Run. You can't give this to kids because it's crazy. That even Bouliai was telling his son, like, don't, Janos, don't even attempt it, because this is dealing with problems in the mind. You literally, your conception of what you imagine straight to be is what's at question here. How do you imagine straight? Well, these mathematicians, when you add them all together, imagine them straight and curving in different ways. But the problem with the curve is, once you imagine the straight, it's different, isn't it? Right? Because that curve that goes either way is either the inside or the outside, because you're making a circle. But hyperbolic isn't like that. So where are you then? When you can't even conceptualize hyperbolic as the inside of the sphere. You just can't do it.
And this is what makes people grip to the model for safety, eh?
I think so.
Because that's their only salvation, is to just, I'll stick with the belief.
I think you've been given
I
it
can't,
as a child, right? That circle, that model has been so linked into your inner psyche. It comes before you can reason.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't get a choice once it's given to you like that. Your parents are meant to be the ones that are protecting you, but 2, 3, I mean, how many generations are we down the line now to when somebody would have gone, no, that sounds ridiculous. I can't even conceptualize it. But because you've been given it so young, it's really hard to fight against it. It's almost as if you're fighting against yourself.
And looking at children today in the education, they're really detached from reality. They've not got their hands on woodwork or metalwork or making things. There's not many things to make out in the world anymore. There's no manufacturing, all these kind of things to experience that kind of situation. So you're measuring a piece of wood or machining some metal in a school, that's being taken away. They don't even experience, in the logic of it all, and the perception in their mind of making something, of seeing a shape be formed or understanding those things. It's all very conceptual, or you're just fed this information and an authority figure, an adult said so. You take it on, and like my daughter was given gravity 2 or 3 weeks ago, and that's all it took. She will now say that's gravity without knowing anything more about it, and not having nothing to relate it to, and to even question it in her mind, or even to get out a compass and draw a circle and see how that works, or understand how you form a triangle or something, something physical that you get inside your body that makes you understand the world around you. So they don't even have an opportunities, or less opportunity to get their hands on something physical and see something in reality. It's now become very easy to just slip in this concept, these thoughts and these theories with no explanation. Crazy.
Yeah, I think this particularly is the essence of where you're, like, you think about it. If this is the foundation of mathematics, all modern mathematics, and we're talking about the first 4 definitions within the foundations of mathematics, not axioms, nothing, not propositions, just the first 4 definitions. And if anybody doesn't know, Euclid's Elements is the foundation of mathematics, and before all of the axioms and anything comes the definitions. So these are literally the first 4 lines of the entire foundation of mathematics, that they're trying to get you to question straight right there, right in that bit. I mean, like, where can you go if that's what these people are trying to do? A so-called maths teacher trying to get you to question that as an adult, not as a kid, as an adult.
No, incredible.
Yeah. That's the arena that we're in. There's no honesty or anything coming from any of these people that are coming in here to have a chat. They'd rather pretend it's got something to do with flat Earth or something like that. But this isn't that. This is straight. Like, how can that be something to do with a model? If the model hasn't broke these people's minds, then it would be obvious to see where the problem lies. But considering this might turn you into one of those people. That's how dangerous this is.
Yeah.
And I mean, I
I
do
wonder
mean
what those.
dangerous.
Yeah, yeah. These conversations must have been had way back in the past when there was this change, this point where those parallels were no more. I mean, the discussions we're having now, they must have happened at some time in the
Between
past
the
to
actual
introduce them.
mathematicians.
Yes,
And
at
been
that
covered
point.
up, right, by people
Yes,
like
that's what intrigues me. I
Veritasium.
want to know about that. I want to know about where that shifted. What was the point? Who were those people? What were they proposing? Why did they propose that?
That's why this video for Veritasium is so important, right? He's not
Yes,
a mathematician. That's how this gets proliferated. Because
Well, it's like
Veritasium,
Charles.
big known person, says this, and then that's good enough. But, you know, the conversation that comes after it will develop the holes and should develop the conversation. But people want to brush it over, right?
Yeah.
Not discuss it. That's what
The
Charles is
purpose of it.
doing. Yeah.
That's the purpose of a shadow giant, isn't it?
Absolutely.
The shadow giant gets you to accept what they say, and then you don't have to think on your own. The shadow giant has spoken for you. All you have to do is regurgitate what the shadow giant has said, and you're good. You'll pass all the tests. You'll do really well. Everything will be fine.
With the added benefit, right, that everyone will go, well, I learned that off Veritasium. And mathematicians will go, he's not a mathematician, he's just a YouTube guy. What do you know, right? I mean, that was what Veritasium said. Yes, he was just being told by, and come up with what Charles was saying. There'll never be a definition or a description or any sort of explanation of any of this. It's just sophistry. That's what you learn when you start asking questions about any of this. I used to think that people like Charles and all of that was some sort of a gatekeeper. But the truth is that nobody can talk about it. There's only going to be us.
Yeah.
Can never talk about it.
Yeah, and therein is the focal point of belief and knowing, eh?
You can only know
He's
for
being-
yourself, can't you? You can't know
Yeah.
for somebody else.
Well, there's Charles there in that point of not being able to explain what he says is the truth. He doesn't know it. He can't explain it because he doesn't know it somehow. It's just a belief. Otherwise, he would have given some formula or an axiom, a postulate, a definition that for what he was describing, and there was none.
No,
And I guess that works if you don't question it. Yeah, you know, but children aren't going to question it, are they necessarily? If they're, you know, being taught by an educated adult, you know, with authority, children just soak up the information and repeat it. And maybe that's what Charles has done, repeated information that he's learned along the way and learned to repeat.
Well, when I came into this, I thought this was one of the things that I thought it's sort of bad, right? Because let's say Charles is a teacher, right? And he is teaching children some sort of maths related thing. And like he said, he's got astronomy, so now he can do this planetarium thing and he can sell a model which would be totally contradictory, right? But he's got in his head what we're talking about here has to be fought against rather than just agreed and conceptualized, right? This is how it's done. You can't do that. So, like, this is there's never going to be a conversation, and Charles is about the best they've got. And his name, Flat Earth Math, immediately puts your brain in a situation that doesn't prepare you for this particular conversation. It's a straight line.
Mm.
That blue marble won't come, rumpus won't come. There's no other geometers in this arena. Nobody that can talk about a straight line. Because that's where this has always been. This conversation, ever since I came into it, day one, I said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, which is basically straight, 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 straight. Knowing that these guys have exactly the same, except their straight, 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 straight is conceptualized around a model. A dogmatic model. And they'll tell you that every time because they can't drop sphere, spherical, curve, circles. They just can't do it. Therefore, they can't talk about straight. Because straight is more than a geometric thing. It's a logical sense, isn't it? If Euclid is an axiomatic system, then the first definitions is how you conceptualize the framework of where you're going to go. And this is straight. They can never talk about it.
Yeah. He didn't even come with 7/6R or anything.
They'll
I kind
never
of thought
attempt
this.
anything like that.
No, as I was thinking today about it, thinking, well, this point where parallel became not parallel anymore, that it is. I thought, oh, what's the answer? Is that their refraction to the curve? It's like, what is their answer? What is the answer to that? You know, with the, when they're looking at the curve and they talk about refraction, that's the get out. The refraction is always the mysterious substance and thing that can't really be measured and that just hand waves everything away, and it all gets lost in the soup of refraction. And I wondered what this point was, and so hoping that Charles might be able to give something like that, you know, something like, well, it's this equation, it's this self-evident explanation. This is how it is, but nothing. It's not even any of that. That's strange.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? If you're talking about parallels, it's one of the magic tricks, right? Because they look at the parallel axiom, but their real thing is the straight line.
Mm-hmm.
For the model, anyway, for the dogmatic globe, their real issue is with the straight line. But you can't just point at the straight line and say, no, not that. Because it seems so intrinsic, right? So you have to try and manipulate an attack around something that takes a little more understanding. It's like really backhanded way of doing it, and which teaches people to not really trust mathematics. Say, I don't really understand it. You know, it's not really for me. It's better if you pretend it's just a load of numbers and really weird equations. Whereas, really, it's about this straight line thing at the beginning.
Mm. Yeah, it gets more beautiful the more you realize Euclid, which is, you know, that's your term, realizing Euclid. But you know, becomes more beautiful when you, as you get to get it, you know, and understand it and feel it, and it's incredible, really.
Yeah, but the problem is once you realise that what they're actually doing is, if they can break the straight line, then they're breaking the logical understanding of how they build proofs. I mean, can you imagine talking to somebody who's willing to bend a straight line conceptually and say that you don't really understand it, even though he's calling it spherical, and you say, well, yeah, it's a circle then, and they'll say no, which is obfuscation around semantics, right? They're attacking the very identity of the thing, which is the law of identity. And if you can break logic at the law of identity stage, then I don't know. I personally can't talk to you, but I have had many conversations that I've tried to show that to people, how easily people will break the law of identity. And thank you, Saragaki. Although, you know, these are just the steps of on my journey that I came on, right? We knew about logic and all of that, but Saragaki brought us these 3 laws. Turns out there's more of them than that, but these are conceptual things, and you very soon realize that the law of identity is the identification of the subject that you're talking about. And he can't define straight. When somebody can't define straight, then you know that you're going to have a problem communicating, because they can't know the identity of what straight is. We've got some chat stuff going on. We've done the curvature thing. Well, there is definitely curvature. I was talking about this. You can see hills, valleys. There's definitely curves. You can see what a tilt is. A river normally starts higher than where it goes, so you know that's a slope. It can meander. All of these ways of describing things about reality is just reality.
I was looking at those things you just said about Saragaki. Brought 3 things. Was that in the chat somewhere?
Oh, I can put them in there.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was just looking to see if it was on YouTube, but he's just written it somehow to remind you.
There's a few of them. I call them the laws of communication. There is the one that we missed out, or the one I think we should really have put in there. I mean, we did put the double negative, right? The not. Which is it's a logical statement, but it can be represented within mathematics, right? The double negative becomes a positive. Well, that works in speech even more within logic. So you can have a not. But the one that we miss out is how do you say it? The reason for you inquiring about it. Do you know that's the one that normally gets missed off? Because, I mean, you can think about this different geometries as much as you want, but why do you want to imagine straight differently? Why? Why could you possibly want to do that in the first place? Sufficient reason. The law of sufficient reason. There must be enough reason to cause you to go down this course, right? To present this argument. Because you see them do that, right? You make a statement and then they'll make a statement that doesn't really relate to anything that you've done. So why did they have sufficient reason to obfuscate a pretty simple question or whatever? There's always a reason behind most things, us being humans, right? It's another 3 things. They all come in 3s. Ooh. 3 things that God cannot do. Thomas Aquinas. And what sort of time was Thomas Aquinas paper? 16? 15, 16? Hundreds, I think. Bit before Bacon, wasn't it?
13th century. Yes, Middle Ages. Middle of Middle Ages, let's say.
Yeah, there's a weird bit that's something that happens in between Thomas Aquinas and Francis Bacon. Some
1225 to 1274, yeah.
Some
young man.
Dark Ages. Not dark for any other reason other than they've just wiped it. Nothing's really known. What went on? But what reason would Francis Bacon have to come out of it and say, make a new organon? That's what fascinates me. Those sort of things.
Yeah.
Why would he want to do that?
That's what had me up at 2:30 this morning thinking about it.
Well, because we've talked about this, right? Because the organon is one of the foundational documents
tool.
for first principles. So while somebody like Charles can talk about the wonderful aspects of first principles, Sir Francis Bacon did away with those.
Rewrote it.
Rewrote it, yes.
Not deductive logic. Throughout deduction, and with it all proofs.
Yeah. Yeah, more research, more work, bloody hell.
Well, what you'll find is that, you're on your own now. Like, you're the one that's going to be going wherever you will. You've just got to listen to Logos. And then you'll find less and less. There will be less and less descriptors or explanations of why it occurred and how we ended up where we're at now. I think you'll have to make that, I'd say go up the ladder, but I mean, I'm not so sure it's a ladder. Not a traditional ladder, going backwards, I think. How to upset what is and what is known, and just turn it upside down.
Yeah, I woke up in the early hours of the morning and saw this. There's a guy who's says he's a PhD in physics. Jorge, his name is, and he'd written "Flat Earth is an epistemological black hole." And I thought about it, and so I went to the meaning of epistemological, and it travelled along and led me into towards Bacon, empiricism, rationalism, skepticism, and Bacon. I thought, wow, that's a synchronous moment, synchronicity. It's that logos thing. It's that one thing leads to another to get me, which made me think about a lot of things today about these places where this began, where it happened, what were the discussions at that point, why was that done,
Have you done
how far this
Have you done that course, the logic course? Because in that he goes over the divided line, which is Plato. It sort of derived from Plato within one of the teachings of Socrates, where he sort of leads people through one of these stories, but it's been developed into this pictorial view of the mind map. He says the study of the first principles of reality, and the epistemology's like on one side of it, the divided line. It's fantastic when you get into that.
So I'd replied, because I replied to him, all the more reason to apply logic and proof. And then as I read further along, realized that was one of those positions. It was probably more rationalism than empiricism. And I thought, where does that put me?
Yourself into a box.
To think that. Yes. Yeah. And then I kind of began to see this whole arena argument in those terms of, like, empiricism arguing with rationalism, for instance. And it reminded me again about, I spoke about Gurdjieff the other day. And then I found a quote from him which says, "Humans are born asleep, live in sleep, and die in sleep, only imagining that they are awake with few exceptions. The ordinary waking consciousness of human beings is not consciousness at all, but merely a form of sleep." And it feels like, and that is kind of how it is, and so it's very easy to just insert something into the sleepy dream world. And there's not that many people who are doing the work to be conscious, truly conscious for yourself. That's a hard task.
Yeah, virtual reality.
You've got to really apply yourself to. Fascinating.
Yeah. Yes,
it does feel a bit of a luxury, because I've also been in places where where it is to be. I have been in places in my experience where it just is. It doesn't need any of this. It's almost like this is a luxurious pastime to consider this, really, because I know that it's of not really much consequence. In the place of being, this doesn't really matter. It just is, And so some of this feels like, I think, is this inconsequential? Do I need to spend time on this? It's almost a luxury in a sense to just go and, and to look at this and understand these concepts. Because at the place of being, none of this really matters. You just are.
We've got Iridium in the chat, right? And now we've been going over a certain few things, and Iridium has wrote this as though something. He says, "Have you also looked at the transcontinental triangulation and the American arc of the parallel?" Right? Now he doesn't see anything wrong with that. In the words he's using. Doesn't see it. But when I hear that, I look at arc and then put it arc of the parallel. Parallels are straight lines on a plane. So where's the arc?
And even if he's talking about triangulation, so triangles have straight sides.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just contradiction on contradiction, right? The moment is you add in arc, but I bet you he's convinced that that's some sort of a proof. He'll have used it many times. Just look at this. Doesn't really mean anything. Because, I mean, if your fundamental understanding of what straight is questioned with one sentence of nonsense, then how can anybody explain it? I'd imagine most people would be stunned by hearing that. Especially how he thinks it's some sort of a proof. Fantastic.
No, he's just making a question. And of course, you cannot, if you are sane, you cannot just answer this question, because this question is nonsensical. So this is how I would say sophists operate. They are asking questions that cannot be answered.
Yeah, he's saying it's the name of the survey report, word for word, which, as we point out, Iridium, you can't explain. It's nonsensical, but you've posted it as though it's some sort of proof. Don't just say those are the words that it says. You posted it as a proof. You must know why you've posted it as a proof and what it means. You've posted it as a proof. You can't just say, well, those are the words that were wrote down. That's no proof. The proof of the nonsense is the words, yes. What that nonsense means is meant to be your proof, Iridium. Please. I suppose he might have just watched Flat Earth debate with Flatsoid and Fight the Flat Earth. So, just saying things like that seem to get a big thumbs up from the crowd. Either side. Yeah, don't worry about it, Iridium. We know you've got nothing.
Man, I'm about to post in.
Yo, Bray.
Text with the American Arc of the Parallel, like they use chains. They were doing like shots from each place for like 2 weeks, and but here's the catch. Here's one of the catches. I mean, things. The chains they use to pull distances, they said in like hilly areas, was 1 to 250. So like the margin of error is like 8 times the accuracy they're even claiming to have. It's like ridiculous, man.
The thing about that
Yeah.
is, Bray, is that they're just looking at the lights in the sky. The maps have
Yeah, but
already
with
been
that-
made of the land. They're just travelling along the land, looking at the lights in the sky. That's it.
That gives you a lot of margin of error to, I mean, when you're talking 1 and 250 distance margin of error, that's a lot of margin of error compared to they're acting like they have these accurate, I mean, I don't know. The whole thing's crazy if you look into it. It's almost a waste of time. You don't know where to start. There's so much mischievous bullshit in it. And then you have angles that were less than 180. Like they come out claiming, like McToon and others come out every angle in Fight the Flat Earth was more than 180. And then right when I start looking into it, I'm looking at half of and then
You're
some
not
of them are like
talking
right
about
up.
the arc of the parallel now, though, are you?
Yeah, that arc of the parallel. Like, and then they're like, well,
More
you
than
got to do these.
180.
Then and then just when I say more, I'm talking well outside the margin of error that I was just speaking of.
Yeah, but 180 is a semicircle, right? The angle.
If you want to look at it like that, I look at it like if you're looking.
How could they get more than that when they're doing the arc of the parallel? Because they're looking at Polaris and marking that angle on the maps that are already done.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but and the whole thing, they're pretty much going across around the 39th latitude. So yeah, they're probably maintaining somewhat with Polaris, but they're going like to mountaintops and where they don't have anything high. They're building like towers and doing shots over like a couple weeks and doing all these averaging. It's just, man, I don't know. I would encourage you to look in. It's almost a waste of time. It's like they were trying to maybe come up with what they thought they could do, and it wound up taking them like decades. It's crazy, man. Just for one latitude, and like I said, it's well outside the margin of error. And the measurements they give you, here's the reality.
They just plotted them on the maps that had already been done.
Exactly. And here's the reality. And the further reality is that if you're doing line of sight, you're not on the ground. Even if the Earth was a sphere, you should measure 180 if it's line. And whatever they want to do to transfer it to the ground and radius, then that's just like everything else that they're doing. They're just taking mathematics, adding R, and making a model out of it. They're just making a model, nothing more, nothing less. And they got
who's
everything.
making the model though.
Like the geodetic surveyors and the
No, they're just plotting it, and they make
maker.
maps.
Shadow giants, man. I can't even give you a name.
Model though, they just make maps.
And globes.
People. Well, no, because the maps were already made. They had grid references when they made the maps. All they did was went to the positions to measure the angle to the Polaris, to the light in the sky. That's all they were doing with these arc of the parallels, because they're just talking about latitude, which are parallel. But I mean, they call them parallel, but they're calling them arcs of parallels, and that's impossible. There's no such thing. You can't redefine parallels to include arc.
I agree, but then again, I kind of agree. I'm looking at the Gleason's map and calling them arc. I semi-agree. But then again, man, I'm looking more into the and the way it's scaled. It really kind of straightens out to a rectangle. Really, if you want to get technical, if you do it the way Gleason said to, and go 69 miles per degree for the arcs, then that kind of straightens it out, man. So I'm right in the middle of and learning, but I did notice that after applying it the way he said to, some semi-known distances like a lot better. Like when they say the Gleason's map, like 25,000 miles.
I think you're breaking up there a bit, Bry. You're going out of range.
Shit.
You might have
trying to stay in my range. Sorry, man.
Yeah, you're losing connection there. Yeah, all I was pointing out was the fact that it's called the arc of the parallel, and that's nonsense. There's no way you can place an arc into a parallel.
It is a contradiction in terms.
So it sort of allows you, if you even go on anywhere with that conversation, you're accepting the fact that there's a nonsense that you're now discussing with someone.
Yeah, but I consider there could art because, like, I consider this. I consider that if I could take off 90 degrees to Polaris, I don't feel like I'd do a straight line. I feel like if I just kept it 45 degrees, like in elevation, and I just kept going, and I kept it 90 degrees, and I kept it 45 degrees in elevation, I feel like I'd circle around. I feel like, say, if I started off in say California, I'd work my way to the east coast of the United States, and then over the ocean, and then over England, and all that shit, and then through Russia, China, and then I feel like I'd wind back up at California, man. If I kept Polaris 45 degrees in elevation, if I kept a 45 degree angle height wise, and just kept it 90 degrees to the best of my ability, I feel like I'd circle around. I can't really imagine it any other way, man. What do you think happens if you just take off east or west and maintain Polaris at a height? Do you feel like you circle around, or?
I wouldn't have a clue. It sounds ridiculous to me why you'd be wanting to stare at lights in the sky and then move around. You should know that, like, in reality now, people are far too busy to even look up and notice anything about the sky, particularly lights in the sky.
What'd you say? What did you think would happen if you went west or east and just maintained? You don't even have. I mean, do you have, like?
I can't imagine why. This is the sufficient reason, sufficient cause. I can't think of a good reason for me to even contemplate what would occur. And I don't know. It would be the answer. I can't imagine why that would be something that I would want to do. They're known to be perpendicular, so how far would you need to go to be able to assure yourself that they are perpendicular? Like, what would you need to do to confirm that or deny it, right? And then what would happen if you were to deny the fact that they were perpendicular?
I'm just imagining what would happen, like if I just followed it and did my best to keep it 45 degrees going east or west. I'm trying to imagine it, I'm not really trying to pin you down or got you.
No, it's not that. I think differently, right? So irrelevant of what I think, because
you're not
it's what would occur if you were to find out that north, south, east, west are not perpendicular.
Yeah, but you in this scenario, I told you what I kind of imagined, and you're saying you're thinking. No, you're actually, like, not willing to think, because we could at least do this. We could say every possibility, or unless we're missing something, we could say, okay, if this works the way I imagine it, then down maybe. If it's straight, then and if we came back around, we'd have to somehow teleport, like a video game, or if there could be end where we can't go no further, or we could just keep on going and hit new land forever. I'm just thinking of every single possibility if we maintain Polaris at 45 degrees elevation and went east or west. And like I said, there might be something I'm missing, but to me, that's like every possibility covered. I just imagine circling back around to California if I keep it at the same elevation. But I couldn't prove that, bro. Yeah, I'm not trying to pin you down. I don't think I could prove it. That's just the way I imagine it.
I would go back to that sufficient reason. Like, what would you be trying to do? Would you be trying to confirm or deny the perpendicularity? Or would you be trying to confirm and deny something else? Or when you're
I don't know.
imagining, you're just imagining yourself going round in a circle. Now, are
Yeah,
you
yeah,
imagining it looking like it's a straight, but actually being a circle, like Jaren?
yeah. That's how I imagine it.
So you imagine a straight actually being a curve, or you imagine you can't tell any difference between straight and curve, because that's what Blue Marble says as well about the horizon. He says you
Yeah,
just imagine that straight.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. The double curve. But I'm just thinking like I mean, I will say this though, like a lot of the old captains and shit said that they have to correct north if they're going by their compass. Then they're correcting north a little bit every day, and some of them said that even in the southern hemisphere, where on a globe, according to Blue Marble, you'd have to correct south, and they were claiming they were off by like up to like 10 miles a day, and they're plotting and having to correct north. I can't name them, but it was in one of them books, one of them old I think it was Henry, what you call it, I forgot, but I'll try and get the information. But so a lot of them have claimed that if you go east or west in the northern hemisphere, you do have to correct to the north. In other words, you have to slightly turn, or you'll get off track of your latitude. So it is possible the latitudes circle around. It's probable, in fact, but it'd be pretty tough to pin down. You'd almost have to be going off a model.
Yeah, model affliction. It affects people's minds, but not only within the model, but within the concept of the straight line. I don't know whether you heard what we were talking about earlier, but I mean, it is that. It's how you perceive a straight line.
Yeah, I liked what y'all was doing. I just listened, man. Y'all had it covered, man. Charles, I see what he's saying, but I would also like to hear him define it. 'Cause if he doesn't define it, then what's his name made a really good point. Like, he said that you're holding two realities at once, not only contradicting terms. You're calling a straight line straight and a curved line straight in the same reality. Like that's like living a contradiction. That's more than just a contradiction in terms. That's a mind fuck.
Yeah, but it's even worse than that, right? Because you're doing it too. You're curving east and west. They're perpendicular. There's no difference between curving vertical and horizontal, one of them, and curving one of the north, south, east, or west. There's still two lines that are perpendicular, but you want to conceptually curve one of them.
Yeah, but I'm not breaking Euclidean geometry. I'm not calling it a straight line. You didn't hear me. I called it a circle around Polaris. So I'm not calling it a straight line. I'm using like Euclidean geometry, but not calling it a straight line. What they do, they literally, so don't put me on their category, man. I've went through this, but they literally say they call their shit a straight line, and that's a very big difference, because I'm not calling a latitude line. The way I imagine it is the latitude line is not a straight line. So you can't quite bunch me up in that with that bullshit.
Right, I've got a Euclid book, my newest one. J-Ro got. You see that? See that?
Let's see.
Definition number 2.
Okay. I'm seeing. No, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
It's got a pink.
Yeah, pink.
Yeah.
No, it says cosmetics, crafting.
No, it says the first book of Euclid's Elements, definitions. 1.
Hold on.
Is that
Live
which
chat.
hath no part.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
See the next one?
Got it. Yep.
A
A line is
is-
a longitude without latitude. Huh. A longitude without latitude. That's got me thinking. What's he mean by that? I mean, not a circle.
It's definitely not a circle. They're perpendicular, aren't they? Longitude and latitude are known to be perpendicular, and they're also known to be parallels.
Yeah, that is a contradiction, calling them parallels if they're not lines. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I see the contradiction.
But in this definition of Euclid, it would be length and breadth, right? That's what it's equating longitude and latitude to. Are they? Because length and breadth are perpendicular. They're straight lines, right?
He's not calling a latitude a parallel, though. He's calling a latitude a circle, because he's saying a line is a line. Well, listen, he's saying a line is a longitude without latitude. So in other words, if the longitude is straight and without latitude, because latitude ain't straight, it's circle. Anyway, that's the way I was thinking he meant it.
Well, the ends or limits of a line are points.
Why doesn't he just call a latitude a line? Why does he specify without latitude? Because maybe latitude is a circle
breadth
in his mind.
1D. It's a dimension.
That's interesting. Seen that, man. I need. A longitude without latitude.
Longitude for me, it is just length, and latitude is just breadth.
Right, but why can't a line be a latitude?
Well, it says it is.
No, because this is, I would say, because this longitude and latitude in nowadays meaning is different. He's talking about properties of the line, and now latitude is the line. So it is different meaning, I would say.
Well,
Yeah.
you can have X and Y with these latitude, longitude, length, breadth. So you could have breadth without length, which would be on the other axis. It's still a straight line.
Me some money.
I don't have cash out.
Yeah.
I'll
Yes,
cash.
if we
Thank you.
if we are
For what?
talking
What are you
about
trying?
dimension, yes.
I don't know my credit card. I'm about to order another one.
You don't want to be talking about that. Let us know when you're back live, Brian. Don't want to need to know about Brian and his credit cards. Sorry, paper, go on.
No, I am talking about that. This is, yes, if we are creating dimensions, then yes. But of course, we cannot say that curved line has breadth, because it would be ridiculous. So any line, even curved line, has only length, but is described into dimensions if it is curved. This is the point I was discussing even with Brenda and Rumpus, I think, because line is in 2 dimension if it is curved, or even line can be in 3 dimensions. It doesn't mean that line itself has 3 dimensions. It has only 1, because it is only length. But length can curve, but as dimension, of course not. So circumference of the circle, because limit of the extremity of the planar figure is line, and of course, so one-dimensional line, and extremity of the circle is circumference. and by itself, it has only length, but because it is curved, it is in 2 dimensions, like plane. So for me, I would say it is just the name now, longitude and latitude. But as dimensions, they are perpendicular. I agree, yes.
Yeah, it just came at that weird time within this Euclid reprint of this. It shows you how popular word usage might help ease the I don't know, ease the minds of the students.
I don't know, but for example, for me, I like this longitude and latitude because, for example, in Latin, that would be the words. This is just he took this from Latin, and many English words are from Latin, of course. So he's saying about length, but he is using from words from Latin because they are in fact originally Latin. This is the same as straight and rect. Both means the same, but straight is just English, but rect is from Latin.
I like it
They
because it makes you actually perform that mental understanding of what you conceptualize this line to be. Right? Because that fella in that Veritasium video said, well, you know, he obviously meant it was a curve when he wrote that. I mean, well, does it? I don't think that shows that definition means a curve.
I think this is my approach, that he thought about any line. So both curves and straight, because it doesn't matter if we are talking about lines, both curves and straight, they have only length. I think that it matches both of them. But no, I cannot say that only curves or only straights. I would say that both.
Yeah, it forces you into the understanding that that's a dimension. Rather than thinking of it as lines of as sides of a square or something like that, it makes you go into the thinking to realize they're conceptualizing one dimension. But you can't really conceptualize that at all. This is the definitions that how you end up with knowing something, right? You've got to start somewhere. And I think it's a perfect way for making you conceptualize that one dimension.
Yes, because if we, that's why he says without latitude. So to describe a one-dimensional line, he is using, in fact, 2 dimensions to do that.
Yeah.
So he is comparing longitude to latitude, and the only way how you can compare it to make them commensurable, I think this is the old word, commensurable, and to be them commensurable, they have to be perpendicular. And of course, they have to be straight, because you cannot have perpendicularity without straight. So if you have, in fact, he is talking about two dimensions. If he is comparing,
Yeah,
longitude to latitude.
yeah, which isn't Euclidean. It's just how we understand reality.
Yeah, I agree. Yes.
And I think the Veritasium video is going to go well for if that's what you're doing, because we are and we have been just wanting to talk about reality, and this is where we're at. So yeah, I don't know if anybody can talk about it or even how. I mean, it does sound ridiculous, doesn't it? You know, like what were you doing tonight? Well, we had a maths teacher come in from a school, and he tried to tell us that our understanding of straight wasn't really what it was when we were trying to conceptualize straight in a different geometry. I mean, how ridiculous. I mean, who gets into these conversations?
I would say that this is mission impossible because if Charles is saying about conceptualizing and somebody else is talking about conceptualizing, for me it is just imagining.
Yeah.
And imagining, you cannot imagine straight line in other way. I can't.
No, I can't either. But that I think they're trying to say that when you say circle, that's you not imagining it correctly, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, completely. Yeah. And in fact, we are ending in just with just wrong names, because they draw curved line on the surface of the sphere, because on the surface of the sphere you can only draw curved line. And they say that this is straight line, and if you cannot imagine this curved line as straight line, you are lacking for imagination, or you don't understand mathematics, which is even more ridiculous, nonsensical. But in fact, for me, it is just impossible to imagine straight line in different way. I would say even that there is only one way how people can imagine straight. Only one way. Because if there would be other way, it could be drawn on a piece of paper. Different straight line. Because this is how we draw our thoughts. For example, straight line. It can be drawn on piece of paper. We can see, okay, it is pretty much straight because it is only representation of ideal straight line. And I have a challenge, for example, for Charles, to draw for me on piece of paper different straight line. He will never do that. I can bet.
Well, wasn't that where we started, right, with the conceptualizing? Because even when he was doing this conceptualizing non-Euclidean geometry, or as he called it, imaginary geometry, he was still drawing Euclidean triangles.
Yeah.
Just imagining them differently. Some people might call people like that mad. He's just saying you've just got to think of them differently than what they are, because they're Euclidean and we're talking about not Euclidean. So imagine them as not being what they are. They're not that. Look at these. Imagine not that.
Yes, I would say that, for example, in spherical geometry, that would, I assume that you can draw any line, because in Euclidean geometry, you can draw any line. So if they say that this curved line is straight, so how to draw Euclidean, let's say, straight line on the surface of the sphere? Because we know that that kind of straight line has to exist, this normal straight line. So how to draw straight line, Euclidean straight line, on the surface of the sphere? That would be another task for Charles. Of course, you cannot, because it is curved. But if he is insisting that we have straight lines on curved surface, so my challenge would be to draw Euclidean straight line on the surface of the sphere. And because it is impossible, it means that you cannot draw Euclidean straight line on the surface of the sphere. It means that this straight line that he calls straight line, but it is not straight line, it is not in reality straight line. It is just his fantasy straight line, not real straight line. So I need black swan. Draw one straight line, Euclidean straight line on the surface of the sphere.
Bad, isn't it? How can you entertain a black swan with people that can't understand the logical progression beyond the point?
You rebut it with the black sheep. This argument is like the black sheep, isn't it?
Any argument will become a black sheep. It becomes an argument that you can't have, any good argument anyway, you know. One that requires consideration and discussion. That's the one that'll never get had. Or with, you know, within certain realms, certain arenas.
Okay, I am off to bed. Good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Piper. It is midnight. Getting
me
on.
too.
Okay, thank you
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
Thanks for all of the stuff you're doing here. Thank you.
Is everyone else? Anybody else got anything to say? Turn up. I'm gonna queue up a Buster. I think we'll do. I don't know whether we've got a straight one yet or not. I might have to go over those. It'll be 5 hours of torture, possibly. I'm gonna do Buddy again with the triangle one. It's a double you don't understand in honor of monkeys that aren't around. Thanks for watching. We'll be back again on Monday, possibly. We might be back again early Monday. It depends whether Nathan Oakley wants to go live or not. We might as well see if we can get some people. They might want to hear a bit of sense, particularly if we can do the angle conversations and straight lines, stuff like that. Okay, thank you very much. I will see you Monday. Don't forget, come into On the Level Discord if you want to play Arc Ascended, or if you just want to come in over the weekend. I'm not too sure whether there's any UFC this weekend, but we'll probably be going over last week's anyway. So thanks for watching. See you next week.
You call it a triangle axiom.
I do, yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument. Weird times, buddy. Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw a cross on a piece of paper.
I was temporarily agreeing.
That wasn't the argument.
For fuck's sake.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
I'm sorry. A separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day. What I originally suggested, and Mike knows this, Mike Jones. We agreed we'd sort of discuss the postulate first. You call it the triangle last time.
I do, yeah.
I discussed the swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
Weird times, buddy.
You don't understand.
Be quiet. Swimming pool. Thank you, Mike. Question.
You don't understand.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mike.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Thank you, Mike.
You're just on your own.
Well, that I hold to be a self-evident. You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because it's got just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
The question is, why did include that axiom? You call it the triangle axiom. That postulate.
I do, yeah.
Why did you include that at all? You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
You know? So
Later
you're
to
saying,
change to 180.
how does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? You call it the triangle axiom. If you can...
Oh, you can prove it?
Be quiet. If you can prove that triangles have... You call it the triangle. The sum of the angles is two right angles. Why would you need... For fuck's sake. Sorry, that's my question. You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom.
You don't understand.
I was temporarily agreeing. Be quiet.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
You know?
You're just on your own.
For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Horizontal lines can easily not be... Just as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal line. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. You mind? Though, that's the problem. You can't. Well, it's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's not a problem because there's only three straight lines. How fucking difficult can it be?
The point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom. The question is, do we need the enclosure axiom? Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I received opinions we don't need it because postulate 1 do the job for you. And look, Bev, I simply wanted to ask you why you think the postulate's there, and you have explained that. And you have explained that. Not on the globe hypothesis. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
I'll be perfectly honest. I'm sure there are better people back at the other place, the blue place, who can prove this. And we're happy to talk to you.
No logic, no wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
You know.
No reason, no logic, no answers to questions.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident.
It's a self-evident truth of reality that all triangles, in reality, have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
Be quiet. Not on the globe. Well, it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Sorry. For Euclid, it was an assumption because he knew he couldn't prove it. There was a huge debate which went on for centuries. You call it the triangle axiom.
What, that you couldn't
Millennia.
prove that triangles have 180
They tried.
degrees?
They thought there was a question: is the fifth postulate? You call it the triangle axiom. Triangle axiom. Is it self-evident or not? Huge debate.
Weird times, buddy.
Thank you, Mo.
Weird times, buddy. You've brought an argument into a group of people that aren't ready for it.
Be quiet. You cannot. Euclidean geometry. You call it the triangle axiom. It does not follow. It doesn't work. But not on the globe. I don't need it as an assumption because we can prove it. You can prove it from the first postulate. For fuck's sake. Horizontal lines can easily not be. You can just, as I suggested, you just sort of get a horizontal plane, right? Thank you, Mike. You put two crossing lines on them, and by definition, any two lines, straight lines on a horizontal plane, are themselves horizontal. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
You don't understand.
That I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's
You
sake.
don't understand.
If you could prove it, it wouldn't be a postulate, would
It's
it?
not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
You call it the triangle axiom.
I do, yeah, because he's got
Yeah.
just about a triangle,
So,
yeah.
the question is, why did Euclid include that axiom? You call it the triangle. That's postulate or axiom. Why did you include that at all? Thank you, Mike.
Because it sort of shows that triangles have 180 degrees, right? Or the sum of two right angles.
But not on the globe. So
80
you're
to
saying,
2
for fuck's sake, how does it show? How does it show? Well, yeah, it does. I mean, you can prove that, but why did he include that? Be quiet. If you can.
Oh, you can prove it.
You call it the triangle axiom. If you can prove that triangles have the sum of the angles is two right angles, why would you need postulate? That's my question. I will not verbally disagree with it. What goes on in my own head is my own business. I do not believe that. Be quiet.
You don't understand.
You call it the triangle axiom. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
You have a horizontal plane, and any straight line not on the globe must itself be horizontal. That I hold to be a self-evident truth. Yeah, not on the globe hypothesis. I was temporarily agreeing.
Right, so you've managed to confuse a lot of people within that argument.
I was temporarily agreeing.
Because like you weren't trying to say that all horizontals are not parallel because you can draw
not on the
a cross
globe.
on a piece of paper, are you?
Thank you, Mike.
That wasn't the argument.
Not on the globe.
Because some people have took it as though that is.
For fuck's sake. Separate discussion. Happy to talk about that one day.
Yourself, not something to be quiet.
Point again is that you cannot prove it. A lot of people, you call it the triangle axiom. Centuries, millennia, thought you could prove the fifth postulate. You call it the triangle axiom from the preceding thought. Be quiet. I was temporarily agreeing. Not on the globe. You call it the triangle axiom. Not on the globe.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Be quiet.
You're just on your own.
That I hold to be a self-evident truth. For fuck's sake, I'm sorry.
No reason, no logic, no
Be quiet.
wisdom, no worries.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Not on the globe, you know.
No reason, no logic, no
quiet.
answers to question.
And you have explained that.
You're just on your own.
Betty, do you believe the water surface is a horizontal plane of reference?
It's a horizontal plane, possibly, but not on the globe. Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool is a horizontal plane. Establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Let's assume.
Thank you.
The surface of either swimming pool establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? It's not really a problem. Yeah,
It's
all
not
they
a
say
problem
is-
because there's only 3 straight lines. How fucking
What they're
difficult can it
saying is-
be?
Be quiet.